Because on this day.
In 1955, Green Gartside, Welsh singer, musician, songwriter, frontman for the band Scritti Politti was born.
Ooh, the sounds of Scritti Politti.
And you say Green? That's an odd first name.
Green is an odd first name.
Yeah. Well,
you want to fart around about that, do you?
Sure.
Huh? All right, then do it.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
You know, he's the only member of the band to have remained with it throughout its entire history.
It's his band. It's all that voice is such a distinctive voice.
Mm-hmm.
Who else would it be?
Green Gartside. Hey, that's the sound of Green Gartside.
So Green came from. He was born Paul.
Yawn.
And he said, there were two other Pauls in my class, and I hated that.
Okay.
I wanted something different. So I chose something random after listening to a Captain Beefheart album where all the musicians were named odd things like Zoot Horn Rollo. And I thought, hey, I'm going to make up a name that I think sounds cool.
Why not?
Because you don't want to be one of three Pauls in your class.
No, you don't.
Because then you're Paul G and Paul S and Paul J and which Paul are you talking to? And,
Yeah.
But he was the only green. I'm the only green in my class. So this reminds me of our upcoming X poll later in the show. Do you regret naming your child what you named your child?
Or did you, maybe you didn't regret it. Does your child regret it?
Why did you name me this?
Yeah.
Or do you regret what your parents named you? Just name regrets, I guess.
Well, it doesn't even have to be regrets. It could be just, you know, what possessed you to do that? Or what possessed your parents to do that? Why on earth?
What in the hell?
Did you ever name? Yeah, or what were your what in the hell were my parents thinking when they named me Paul? I could have been Green. There's also a guy in the band named Dickie Moore.
Now there were lots of possibilities this morning for opening them. That one seemed good because of the name discussion, but it's also Cyndi Lauper's birthday today.
Great.
All through the night.
Very good.
I think True Colors is just a great song.
True Colors?
Yeah.
Shining through.
I never have to hear girls just want to have fun ever again.
No, we're done with that.
But
She-Bop? What about She-Bop?
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. There it is.
Don't be discouraged, don't realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it all in the darkness, who inside you make you feel so small. But
No,
I
it's-
see your true colors shining through.
It's
That's great.
I see your true.
It's No Time After Time.
No.
No. Time After Time is another great one, yeah.
Time After Time is one of those songs where she's crying at the...
And you believe it.
Yes!
She's that good.
I've told the story before. She was, she did a show at the D Event Center in Ogden. It was
Cyndi Lauper.
early in my radio career, and we had winners, contest winners, and took them backstage. You know, there was a meet and greet after the show, and I mean, I didn't really think much about Cyndi Lauper until I watched the show, and I went, oh my God, she never stopped. She was just, you know, active and physical throughout the whole thing. We went backstage, and she was to the dressing room, and she was just spent. You know, you could tell, just like, oh man, and yet polite and nice and charming to every single one of the people who came back there.
It's also...
Yes.
Tell me why!
Oh,
Tell me
Bronski.
why!
Really?
Tell me why!
Who is Bronski Beat? Who is Bronski Beat?
Who is it?
Yeah.
Let's see. The birthday is Jimmy Somerville. Who else is
Jimmy
Bronski
Somerville.
Beat?
That's right. His ears stick out funny, as I recall.
It's let's see.
Just go back to
If we had had a Pride Parade this year, you would have heard this song a lot, probably.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Let me get into it there. From the album Age of Consent, it's a Bronski Beat. Small Town Boy.
Boy. Run away!
Run away.
Tell me why! There we go.
That's the one note I've heard you hit that's probably close in any song I've ever heard you do, Gina. Yeah. So, to go back to Scritti Politti, the name Scritti Politti, people probably, well, what do I call that? It was an homage to the Italian Marxist writer and political theorist Antonio Gramsci. The correct spelling in Italian refers to political writings. Scritti Politti, or
Oh, that makes
political writings.
Well, duh.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Obviously.
I'm sorry. Probably I didn't need to explain that. People know that. Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. Oh, jeez.
Oh, who else? I feel like there was other on this.
There were a
list,
bunch.
too.
There was Simple Minds bass player. There
Jesus
was
Jones.
Jesus Jones.
It was a fertile day.
Bare Naked Ladies.
It's Jim
Could have
Facer's
done that.
birthday today. You know, we
Oh,
could
is
have.
it?
Yeah. He used to own this radio station a long time ago.
And on this day in 2011, it was reported in the Irish press that Bono's wandering peahen was causing havoc for South Dublin residents.
His wandering peahen, was he sighted? Not the cock, the hen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he sighted?
He was cited. Said,
Keep control of your
"Keep
peahen,
control of your
Mr. Hewson."
Bono,
Mr. Hewson.
He is. He's Mr. Hewson. There.
Mr. Hewson, your peahen has become a nuisance in the neighborhood. Oh, jeez.
We could have done Blurred Lines. Robin Thicke started a
No.
13-week run at #1 on this. There was a lot of on this.
Was that the one that he got sued for?
Yes.
Yeah, he got sued by what's his name?
Marvin Gaye's family?
Yeah. I
No.
think so.
Yeah. Marvin
Yeah, I
Gaye.
think so. Yeah. You don't hear much out of Marvin or Thicke anymore.
No, that kind of ruined him.
I think so. That and the way he treated his wife.
Yes.
Isn't he hosting some talent show on TV or something?
Probably.
Could
but
be.
not doing.
Or a
I mean,
judge
yeah,
or
don't
something?
cry for Robin Thicke.
Yeah,
Don't-
he's fine.
Well, he's got all that Alan Thicke money.
Yes.
That Canadian, those loonies. He's got all
Yeah,
those
he's-
Canadian loonies.
Yeah, he's doing fine.
All right, I think we farted.
All right. That's enough.
That's good enough.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Okay.
So I guess we should officially begin the Radio from Hell show.
Yes.
Now, yesterday we said, well, we like to begin the show with check-ins. We like to hear from you. Just a little, a little, good morning, how's it going, what are you doing? A little, anything interesting happened to you yesterday? Sure did to me. Man, I had a really unusual experience yesterday.
Oh.
Well, it involved picking coffee beans out of loose tea. I'll tell you
Wow.
that later. Yeah. So, but anything interesting happened to you yesterday, or what are you doing today? Check in with us, please, at 877-602-9696. 877-602-9696. That's the number. to be a part of the Radio from Hell show.
All right. The sooner we start it, the sooner we can get it over with. Coming up. 877-602-9696. 3, 2, 1. Big O Tires.
Yes, the team you trust, Big O Tires, and they're having their sizzling summer sale right now, and you can buy 3 and get 1 free on select sets of Mesa, Aspen, or Nitto tires at Big O.
You should make sure your car's ready for your road trip. We're all doing that for vacation this year, so stop by your locally owned and operated Big O for a free multi-point inspection before you hit the road.
Have them check your tire pressure, too. The tire pressure is critical. The wrong pressure can lead to the failure of your tires and accidents. So drive to your local Big O tire store. I go to the one down there on 2nd East and South Temple, and make sure that your tire pressure is adjusted correctly.
There is one near you because they're from Logan to Beaver, I believe.
Yeah. Yep.
Unexpected expense getting tires? Don't worry about that either. Big O offers a pay-nothing-today financing option. Big O, locally owned and operated. Big O Tires.
I discovered something really soothing over the weekend. Gina, if you watch this, I guarantee you will find yourself calmed. Now, I think we've maybe have played a little bit of this on the radio before, but I'd kind of heard of it, but HBO Max now has 2 seasons of Joe Pera Talks to You.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we did play.
Did we play a little bit of that one time?
Yeah. From Adult Swim.
Yeah, it was on Adult Swim, and now they've put both seasons over on HBO Max. They're short, like 11-minute episodes. And it is extremely funny, but it's sweet and calming. And so I've been looking up stuff about Joe Pera a little bit. He does stand up, and he does stand up in the same way as he does this show. But he plays this character, although that's his real name, who lives in a little town in Michigan, I think, by the shores of one of the Great Lakes there. And he I don't know, what does it remind you of? Have you watched them, Carrie? Have you watched them, or just?
Oh, it's just it was the one that I brought to the show was Relaxing Old Footage with Joe Pera, and it was just a bunch of stock footage of like drone shots flying over trees, in the woods. Mm-hmm. Oh, here's stock footage of a bear catching a salmon. Mm-hmm. You know, and he would just narrate these things, and he would talk about how he's here to help you relax and calm down with this relaxing old footage.
It's so at the end of one of the episodes I watched, he said, well, I hope you enjoyed all of that, and now I'm going to do a treat here, a treat that we do in our town. It's called a warm apple. Would you like a warm apple? You got some there?
No, he's but the show you're talking about is his series. He does has a TV series.
Yeah.
Straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also,
now
she's
this
one of the
is
only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film she turned out to be a fembot.
Now there's footage of a drone, drone footage flying over fall foliage.
So it doesn't have anything to do with Austin Powers.
Nothing to do with Austin Powers, just him talking.
There's an episode where he carves a jack-o'-lantern.
But instead of going down that path,
and then he says, it says sometimes a jack-o'-lantern represents your soul. So I always want to give my jack-o'-lantern a warm send-off when it's time for him to go. And so he puts the jack-o'-lantern in the back of the car, and he keeps looking at it in the rear-view mirror. And I think it's got a seatbelt on even. He says, so I want to give him a good send-off. And I take him up to the falls. There are 400 waterfalls in this area, so I want to find a good one to let him go.
March of 2011.
It's just
$7, or I would say it's still a good value.
Well, this one is called Pancake Breakfast Critic.
Yeah,
with Joe Pera.
This is good.
So where he
Not only do they have pancakes, but also French toast, sausage, and eggs cooked any way.
Guy. That's Delby.
After Dave was finished busting balls, I asked him a question that was weighing on my mind.
What can't you put in a pancake?
Oh, we can put anything in the pancake. What do you have in mind?
Chocolate chips?
We could do that.
Wow.
Wow,
And
you
he's
can
this
put
young
chocolate
guy.
chips in them, yeah.
He's this young guy with with glasses, and I'm going to talk to you today about these two minerals, iron
Now,
and copper.
the moment I've been waiting for all morning.
Meals on Wheels.
They put the sausage in the pancake for me. I guess it pays to have friends in the kitchen.
It pays to have friends in the kitchen who will put the sausage in the pancake
That
for
does
you.
sound delicious.
If you watch these, you will be soothed and calmed. He's so gentle and sweet, and just there's something wrong with him. And when he does, it reminds me of Andy Kaufman as well, because I saw him being interviewed by Stephen Colbert on his show, and he just stayed the same way. He played that Joe Pera character well.
Did you watch the one with his grandmother?
No, I don't think so.
Look for that one.
Yeah, I'm going to watch them all. I watched about 3 of them. They're just
This is
wonderful.
what you do every night before you go to bed now, is watch
God,
Joe
they're
Pera.
just. I'm not. Gina, do me a favor. Just watch one
Okay.
today and tell me that you just start with the very first one. It's where he's sitting at home, and all of a sudden some people are knocking at his door, and he goes, "I better go see who that is." And he goes and opens the door, and these people, this family, just bursts in. He says, "Yeah, we'd like to buy your house." He says, "I don't think my house is for sale." And then he looks outside, and there's a for sale sign out in front of his house.
Wow.
And he goes, "Oh, gosh darn it. Some kids must have put that sign there." And then he says, "But I don't want to disappoint this nice family, so I'll let them look around." It's just charming and great. He's
Just
great.
go to your HBO Max and look up Joe Pera.
I do have the HBO Max, so I can do that.
You will find it. All right, 6:23. Let's get this over with.
All right, I believe Tony is waiting to check in, and at 877-602-9696. But he's the only one. So if you want to join Tony and check in, call us, 877-602-9696. Gina, do we have a sponsor?
Yes, we have lots of them today. This is the first one. Don't miss the 1-2-3 sales event at Young Automotive Group. Get 1 year of gas from Maverick, 2.74% interest rate, and 3 months no payments on your vehicle purchase, June 24th through the 28th. Terms apply.
So excited. We have lots of sponsors.
Lots of them.
All right, the moon is just about full. As a matter of fact, it'll be a full moon. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, no, a couple of days from now, the 24th. The moon will rise today at 7:04 p.m. Today being Tuesday, it's the 22nd day of June in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. It's day 460 of our Pandemic Panic shows, which are coming to an end soon. It's National Chocolate Eclair Day. Ooh. So won't you join with us and enjoy a delicious pot of choux-filled pastry today? This is the Eclair Lovin' Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Profiterole Jackson, Bill Jelly Roll All Red, and Gina, I'm fine with a ding-dong, Barberi.
I do love a ding-dong.
Katie for short is in the studio producing the show. I don't know what pastry Katie would prefer. Any pastry in particular, Caitlin? Any?
Please say Chocodile.
A what?
So, yeah, no.
I was going to go with Wienerbrach, which is a Norwegian pastry.
Fancy.
Okay.
I learned that from elementary school.
All right. And then, let's see, Miriam is helping out in the producer's booth today. Now we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Tony, I think, is there. And I would, hi, Tony.
Hi, good morning. I'm privileged. I feel honored.
Well, you
that I'm one of
should.
the first.
You should. You should, because not only are you the first, you're the only.
Means everybody's doing terrible.
What pastry would you prefer today? It's chocolate eclair day, but you can have whatever you'd like. What would you like?
I like a good bear claw.
A bear claw?
Claw's always, yeah, it sounds really good to me.
All right. What's up with you today? Did you have anything specific you wanted to share with us?
I did. You know what? First, I want to give a little bit of a hats off to my wife. You know, I worked late yesterday. Usually I get into work close to about 6 o'clock. But yesterday was a bit of a long day. Didn't get home till about 7 o'clock at night. And, you know, she made me this nice, she knew I was working late, so she made me a nice Philly cheesesteak sandwich. You know, all of the trimmings.
What a nice.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was wonderful. You know, got home after a long day, and she
What's your wife's
had a little
name?
beer there. Kaylee.
Kaylee, you're a wonderful woman and a supportive wife.
Yeah, no, she did that and had to hit the books straight, going to class. So right after I got off of work, had to do some online classes, and
you sound like you're entirely too busy.
I am, and it's tough enough because we're also trying to have a kid, so it's.
Hey, back off, man!
You know that's going to complicate things.
Yeah,
that's going to make everything.
You don't have time for kids.
What are you going to school for, Tony?
I'm trying to go into realty. You know, realty.
Mm-hmm.
So
reality.
You know, go ahead.
Reality, is that what you're going for?
I know. Realty. Want to be a realtor.
Okay.
So I heard the market's going to be crashing, so I hope to actually get there right when it happens.
Perfect. That would be great timing.
Yeah. All right, Tony.
Well, that's what I thought. Thanks a lot, guys, for letting me listen.
Thanks for checking in.
Tony's got it dialed in. He's
sounds like it. Philly cheesesteak and a beer.
When was the last time you had Philly cheesesteak and a beer waiting for you when you got home?
Never.
Never.
Okay. Let's go to Jake.
Hey, Jake. How's it going?
Good morning, Lords and Lady of Radio.
Good morning.
I am headed into work this morning. How's your day going?
We're already at work.
No rest for the wicked.
Well, no. What do you do, Jake?
So I am a heavy-duty diesel mechanic from 6 to about 4 in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And then I run my own mobile mechanic company from then until normally about 9 or 10 at night.
Well,
you don't have time for
rest
kids.
you.
Yeah, no time for kids either.
Yeah, I have no time for anything. It's a wonder I still sleep.
Is it a conflict of interest that you work for a company that does diesel mechanics and you are a mechanic for them, but then when you're done working for them, you go out on the side and peddle your wares for less money probably than the company charges?
Definitely for less money than the company charges. I'm just starting my company. I've only been up and running for about 2 months now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a totally mobile automotive mechanic, so I'll come to you and fix anything you need.
That's handy. I bet
Yeah.
there's a lot of need for that.
What? So how do people get a hold of you, Tony? We'll let you have a free plug if you want to.
No, this isn't Tony.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jake.
Jake. Yeah.
You can find me on Facebook. It's Black Thumb Mobile Mechanic, and I'm local here in Utah, anywhere statewide.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jake.
Thank you, Jake.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
See ya.
And it's not a pastry, but I have this.
Fig Newtons are good. I forget that sometimes.
Well, you have a lot on your mind.
There you go.
Fig Newtons are good.
You forget
that
about this.
I went through a Newton phase. Usually it was fig, but I also kind of got into liking the strawberry ones, the apple ones. But
Yeah,
a Newton is good. I like it.
The strawberry Newtons are really good.
Yeah.
They're fruit and
Newtons are
cake.
good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's kind of a pastry, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know it's considered a cookie, but
seems like a cookie, more of a cookie.
yeah,
It's fruit and cake. Is what they say.
Do
It's
you
their
eat
own
them, Gina?
tagline.
Will you eat them?
I have had a fig Newton. I've never purchased a fig Newton. There's a difference. If they're around, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll have a fig Newton.
I forget that sometimes.
all right. Traffic, please, Gina.
A free mattress, I-80 westbound at Jeremy Ranch, and a pillow just down the road from that. So
Does
if
Mike
we could-
Lindell know about this?
if we could
My
get,
pillow is down on the road. Someone's got to help it. This is a conspiracy. They're trying to...
So if anybody's got a line on a blanket, we could have a whole setup there for us. So keep your eye out for one of those. Somebody sent that in via text at 33986. Thanks for that. For a limited time, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right. Full strength big boy news and opinioendo after these. Stand by for all of that. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
30 years Shamrock Plumbing has been doing jobs along the Wasatch Front. They do big plumbing jobs and small emergency jobs as well, and you can really count on them to do the job right.
Yeah, they're certified, licensed technicians. They're not salespeople. They're not going to try to upsell you on anything, and they don't do other things. They're just plumbers.
Yeah.
They focus on plumbing.
They plumbed some stuff at my house and then have never had to come back because they did such a good job.
It stays plumbed.
Exactly. They also sell water heaters and water softeners, and you can count on Shamrock Plumbing. So if you have an emergency, call them, or if you need just some remodeling work done and plumbing is involved, call Shamrock Plumbing, 801-295-1690. That's 295-1690, or you can go to shamrockplumbing.net.
Here's what Carrie and Bill are doing when they're not on the air in the distant future. The year 2525.
Oh, hello, boys.
Oh, hello there, Chunga. It's about time you showed up.
Sorry. Still got about an hour before airtime, though, boys. Thought maybe I'd change the brine in your pickle vats before we start the show.
Yeah, good idea. Mine's kind of reesty and cloudy. I mean, I can barely see you through the glass. Yeah, and my liquid isn't conducting the electrical impulses I need to blink my eyes.
You guys are amazing. I don't know of any other guys in radio who could have lost their bodies to disease, had their heads preserved in vats through the miracle of cryogenic science, and still go on with the show. I bow in the presence of greatness.
Yeah, and if I still had an ass, you'd be kissing it right now, buddy. Hey, come on, leave the kid alone. All right. He won't change the brine before we have to go on the air if you keep insulting him. Hey, any word on when our audio animatronic bodies are going to be ready, Chunga?
Well, I called Disney and they apologized for the mix-up with the last bodies they sent you boys. But Bill, I thought you looked pretty cool with your head on Little Mermaid body.
I wasn't any better off with that body than I am as just a disembodied head in a pickle vat. Who could walk on that tail? Yeah, the Country Bear Jamboree body they sent me was ridiculous. I think Bill and I are going to be much happier when they send the Chip and Dale bodies. God, ain't technology wonderful? You said it, brother. Only here in the year 2525 could two disembodied heads kept alive in pickle vats do a radio show. And still come out to be about number 15 in the ratings.
Do you guys mind if I wait to change your fluid? I gotta go to the head.
The head. Real funny. What a comedian.
What?
Oh, nothing. Hey, watch out. You're jostling my back. Out!
Help! Pick me up! I'm going to die!
Hey, now maybe I can get a full-time gig on the Radio from Hell show. I knew someday I'd get ahead.
Get ahead. Now that's funny, Chunga.
Funny.
the hokey pokey is what it's all about.
All right, Full Strength, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by...
Find your match at Strong Volkswagen, where the down payment matches the monthly payment, plus all new 2021 SUVs have 0% financing. Visit strongvw.com for details.
Tragedy. She was a very special celebrity, one of a kind. She'll be missed by someone, I'm sure. Joanne Linville.
Yes.
I don't know.
Joanne Linville. She was on Star Trek once.
That's it?
A very important episode of Star
Okay.
Trek.
Yes, it was. And she was on the Twilight Zone once, too. Actually, she was one of those journeywoman actors. She starred in over 100 different She didn't star in any of them, really. She was in over 100 different television projects. She has died at the age of 83. A statement confirming her death, because there was some doubt, I think, at first, but yes, no, she's really dead. Read, Linville lived a full life, one whose spirit, passion for art, and life was an inspiration to all who had the pleasure of knowing her. She never had a recurring role on TV, but she guest starred on some of the biggest shows, including Star Trek. It says she was a Romulan on this episode.
Yes.
Is that right?
Romulan Commander Tal, I believe. And because of this episode, the Enterprise incident, we have the cloaking device. That's where it came from.
Oh, yeah.
That's where Spock had to pretend to seduce her to get the cloaking device, and that's when Kirk got his Romulan disguise.
And it was so hard for him to do, Spock, to do that, because, of course, he doesn't feel any emotions at all.
But he kind of hinted at the end that he kind of liked her.
Did it move Spock?
It moved him a little.
Did it
moved
move?
him a little? Yes.
And she was on a bunch of other stuff. She was on soap operas and Kojak and Bonanza and Charlie's Angels, and just on and on and on. Joanne Linville. She was 83, I believe. Big news in entertainment today, and just big news in general. Steven Spielberg has changed his tune, I guess, about how movies should be viewed.
Oh, really?
He's now. He has been. He didn't care for Netflix and streaming services, and spoke very negatively about them.
Because there was the whole, should something be Oscar worthy if it doesn't premiere or run so many days in a movie theater, and he was vehemently against that.
Yeah. You're frozen, by the way, Gina, at least on my screen.
Yeah, mine too.
Anyway, Steven Spielberg, who a couple of years ago was quoted as saying that he would never, ever, he does not want it. He's made a deal with Netflix.
Oh, my.
Yeah. He is Amblin Partners and Netflix. Now, I remind you, this is the guy who directed Hook.
Why would you bring... He does a million good things, and you bring up the one...
Yeah, like 1942. Oh, 41.
We were hoping to get a sequel, but we didn't.
Yeah. The Netflix deal will coexist side by side with the one that Spielberg and Amblin have at Universal Pictures. Neither will have first shot at Amblin properties. Spielberg will make some films for Universal, and others will be made for Netflix. The exception is that Amblin will generate multiple films per year for Netflix, because it's just a greedy monster. Netflix is. So he's gonna. I don't know how many of those will he direct.
Probably not many.
Yeah, I mean it's not.
I mean this is a deal for his company, really.
Yeah.
So,
so the Supreme Court came out with a ruling that backs paying college athletes.
Well, sort of. Very specific ways.
They say that the NCAA cannot bar relatively modest payments to student athletes, a decision that underscored the growing challenges to a college sports system that generates huge sums of money for schools and then doesn't give very much back to the players. The decision concerned only payments and other benefits related to education, but its logic suggested that the court may be open to considering even more a more head-on challenge.
So this is about the dumb stuff. Oh, I can't, we want to give you a laptop so you can do your homework on. Oh, we can't do that. It has education-specific expenses. The bigger
how about
thing
dinner? How
is-
about dinner? Right now, they can't even take them out to dinner.
Nope.
Yeah.
The bigger thing, though, is having control over and being able to make money on their name and their likeness. That's a huge one.
So,
Yes.
a
That's not
college
part of
athlete.
this,
Oh, it's not.
No,
Oh.
but they're saying
That's
this
where
little
it'll go.
bit is saying it's camel's nose under the tent kind of thing. This is specifically about education-related expenses. So.
States are making great strides in vaccinating their residents against COVID-19, but the ones that are not may soon be contending with a more transmissible variant, experts say. About 45.2% of the U.S. population is fully vaccinated against COVID-19, and in 16 states and Washington, D.C., that proportion is up to more than half. And 16 have reached President Biden's goal to vaccinate 70% of adults with at least one dose. But some states like Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, and the southern state of the West, Wyoming, have fully vaccinated less than 35% of their residents because we don't cotton to that kind of we don't like science. You remember back then when they tried to teach evolution? We've been fighting that stuff all along.
And I'd like to introduce these red states to the Delta variant.
Yeah.
Welcome. Yeah.
Which is here in Utah, by the way. The Delta variant has arrived in Utah, but they say don't panic, don't panic. If you are vaccinated, it protects you against the Delta, the more transmissible
Get
Delta
your
variant.
vaccine. If you are 12 and older, get your vaccine.
The number of Americans relying on Medicaid has just grown exponentially to an apparent all-time high during the coronavirus pandemic, with nearly 74 million Americans covered through the safety net health insurance of Medicaid. That's according to new federal figures. From February 2020 through January, Medicaid enrollment climbed nationwide by 9.7 million, according to that report, based on the most recent available data. Now, I don't know where Utah stands on that. Are we still trying to hold it at bay? Are we still trying to say, sorry, but, the safety net is good? They had to let some people in, I know. They let some people get covered by Medicaid that weren't previously, but the Utah State Legislature, I think we're still resisting getting coverage for
I wouldn't be
all the
surprised.
residents.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Here in Utah, wildfires, of course, are a big story. 9 wildfires continuing to burn across the state. Although as of yesterday afternoon, no structures were threatened and there were no current evacuation orders. Wasatch and San Pete counties have moved to Stage 2 fire restrictions, the most severe restrictions in Utah, and Grand and San Juan counties have requested to be able to move to Stage 2. State officials are considering putting the whole state under restrictions, but they're not considering a fireworks ban. House Speaker...
It's bad for business, Bill.
Yeah.
Businesses that people in the legislature own, I think I saw somewhere.
Probably. Yep. House Speaker Brad Wilson. Did you see that? Does somebody in the legislature own a fireworks business?
I thought I saw that. Maybe
Brad
I
Wilson
shouldn't say that without knowing.
Yeah, Brad Wilson, the Speaker of the House, poured water on the idea of a special session for a fireworks ban. On Utah's Capitol Hill, pressure has been mounting for an all-out ban in the face of the ongoing drought emergency, but Wilson posted on Twitter last night that he was not inclined to call a special session at this time, but he did urge his fellow Utahns to follow fireworks laws.
He handed it over to city mayors.
Yeah.
Because he knows it would be immensely unpopular and it might affect his votes.
Yeah.
So I'll pass it along to them.
Yeah, let's see. Let's move to the Republican National Committee, the RNC.
The Trump administration.
The National Republican Committee paid just over $175,000 to former President Trump's private club, Mar-a-Lago, to host part of its spring donor retreat. Federal Election Commission filings show that the six-figure sum was paid in May to Trump's Mar-a-Lago, a month after the April donor event at the private club in Palm Beach. A Republican National Committee spokesman confirmed that more than $175,000 was in fact paid for the meeting. The new RNC filing describes the payment to Mar-a-Lago as fees for venue, rental, and catering, and to show Donald that we still like him. Part of the RNC-sponsored event that month was held at Mar-a-Lago, where the former president took aim at Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. He called McConnell a dumb son of a bitch and a stone-cold loser. The other portion of the retreat took place at the Four Seasons in Palm Beach, and I think that's the one that Mike Lee was at, wasn't it? Part of that fundraiser, Mike
Probably,
Lee.
yeah. I think it's hard to keep track anymore because that's all they do is fundraise.
You know, Donald Trump's former bodyguard is under scrutiny now, and I only bring it up because his name is Calamari. Matthew Calamari.
Is that a Sopranos character?
Oh,
that
and
sounds like a
you should
Sopranos.
see him.
He looks like a. Yeah.
It's a caricature. It's like if you were doing a comedy, and they said we need a bodyguard that may be a mob boss kind of person. You know, I mean, he looks like a character out of a cartoon.
Yes, he does.
Because, and that's how what Donald Trump likes, though, because everything's a TV show.
Yeah.
I want a bodyguard that looks like a caricature of a bodyguard.
My idea of a bodyguard.
Yep.
And people are slamming Donald Trump for his disgusting Father's Day message. I'm not sure why.
You're not?
No, listen, he says, here's what it said. I think we mentioned it yesterday. Happy Father's Day. In a statement, the former president, who suffered a humiliating loss to President Biden, wrote, "Happy Father's Day to all, including the radical left, rhinos, and other losers of the world. Hopefully, eventually, everyone will come together." I don't know. He's being very inclusive there, don't you think? I mean, he didn't have to mention all those losers.
All the losers of
no, he didn't.
And he's hoping at the end that we'll all come together.
Yeah.
Even the losers.
Exactly.
You know.
I'm a loser, but let's come together.
You know, Don, you're right. I'm a loser. Let's come together.
Yeah, exactly. And finally, this before we get to sports, a Powerball jackpot of $731 million in Maryland, and it's somebody has the winning ticket, but nobody has claimed it. No, $731 million.
Well, let's claim it if no one's claiming it. Let's say we have it.
Well, you got to have
Do
proof.
they check?
Yeah, they do. It was a ticket that was sold in January, as a matter of fact, and no one's come forward. You know, this probably happens fairly often, though. I mean, somebody bought it and then had a heart attack, and it was squirreled away in a drawer, and but nobody's come forward to claim it. So there you go. All right, that's it.
Okay. Sports, weather, traffic.
For a limited time, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE. Well, after undergoing what he describes as an agonizing 15-year wait, Raiders defensive end Carl Nassib became the first active player in NFL history to come out as gay. Nassib follows in the footsteps of former Rams defensive end Michael Sam. Now, he was drafted but never played a regular season game. This is now somebody that's an active playing NFL player, and he's in his 6th season with the NFL. And he just said he thought it was important. He put out an Instagram post, and he's like, I'm a private person. I don't really like to talk about these things, but I think representation is important. And he's going to donate $100,000 to the Trevor Project, which is a which is a great organization that helps with LGBTQ youth and suicide prevention and crisis support, that kind of thing. So
Did you say he was the first
active, like on a team that plays? There have been other people that have come out as gay, and that's what I was just saying. Michael Sam, you might remember, he was drafted and they released him, and he never really played. So this
Lance
is someone
Allworth, remember him? Lance Allworth back in the when was it? I just looked
there
him
have
up.
been players that have come out after they're done playing. I played in the NFL for years, and now I feel like I can come out and say, this is the first one that's like, I'm currently playing in the NFL, and I'm gay. And it's, but the nice thing is, so many people have come out, other athletes and owners, and in support of him. Like, you'd think he would have gotten a ton of backlash from it, and I'm sure privately he has. But for the most part, it seems like everybody's very welcoming and supportive, and so hopefully his doing this will make it easier for other people to do it going forward.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's your sports. Weather. So we're back up to 100 today. Oh, and the air quality's bad. We should probably mention that too.
Yeah.
But because it's hot and because there's lots of wildfires burning in the west, and that smoke ends up here. Actually, I think there's some governmental offices, Bill, I thought you might have this in the news, that are telling people to work from home, not because of COVID, but because of the air quality.
Yeah.
So if you could think about that today, if you've got errands to do, or
We're doing our part. We're working from home.
Yeah, but if you do have to be out today, if you can trip chain or be a little more thoughtful about how you're driving around the next few days, that would be great. There's a chance we could have some. They're called upper level thunderstorms, which means it'll be cloudy and windy, but the air is so dry that the rain never quite makes it all the way to the ground
before it hits the ground.
Yeah.
Wow.
And but that also means lightning.
Right.
And that means fires.
Oh yeah.
So there's a chance, like the next day or two, we could see some of that, which at least would cool things down a little bit, and maybe get some precipitation. They're saying like up in the mountains, rain has a better chance of getting to the ground, and we need the water for that. So,
all right.
Traffic. Somebody's saying, don't pick up that pillow in the road. It might be a murder weapon, and you don't want your fingerprints or your DNA on it. So if you see that pillow in the road, the free pillow, just leave it there.
Well, it might be
That's just like they're trying to frame me for murder, too.
It might be a smothering pillow.
It's a conspiracy. They're all out to stop me because I know the truth.
I'm glad you've added Mike Lindell to your repertoire.
Yeah,
Jerry.
all you have to do is sound like you have to go to the bathroom really bad.
Yeah. It's really just Paul Bearer from the old wrestling days, but you amp it up a little, All
right. So if you see any murder weapons or free bed sheets in the road or anything like that, you can text it to us. Not much in the way of actual traffic going on right now, but if you do see something, send it in at 33986. Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville. Your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
All right, thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. KXRK Provo.
Spear. Spear. Spell it with me now. S-P-E-A-R. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Today, our Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand, have decided to get out of the heat by taking in a movie in the cool, air-conditioned comfort of a local movie theater. Again, the word is spear.
We got a few minutes before the movie starts, LeVar. I think I'm going to get me some snacks at the snack bar.
What the heck movie have you drugged me to anyhow, LeGrand? There's a bunch of kids here in this theater.
It's The Lion King.
The Lion King? Well, who plays the king, and what the hell's he got to lie about? All these kids shouldn't ought to be seeing a movie about liars.
Oh, no, The Lion King. Like the animal.
Huh?
You know,
Lion, lion, big cats, lion.
Oh.
It's a cartoon that Walt Disney drew.
You drug me to a flippin' cartoon movie? I knew there's too many kiddies in here. Got down, sat on a bench, LeGrand. I may be having to vomit partway through.
The Lion King is supposed to be real good, even for the grown-ups, LeVar. And they say the music is real fine. It was wrote by that Elton John.
Who? Well, who the hell is the Elton John?
Well, he's a singer and a writer who's got lots of hit music. He's one of them men what likes other men, but he's still a very good musician.
Cheese and rice, LeGrand. You mean there's men that's attracted to other men?
Yeah.
That's square.
Well, I didn't know about it myself until I read it in the newspaper and in Newsweek.
Oh.
Anyhow, I'm going to the snack bar. I can't get through a movie without some popcorn and a drink and some nachos and some Junior Mints and a box of Goobers and some malted milk balls and a pack of red vines. Do you want anything?
Nope. I got my refreshment right here, LeGrand. I sneaked in this can of Vienna sausages and one of them Army surplus MREs, and this.
What's that, canteen of water?
Nope, ain't water. Nope. Spear.
Spear?
Yep, spear.
Spear? God almighty, LeVar! You better hope the usher don't catch you.
Oh, yeah, like Mr. 16-year-old pimple monster's gonna be a real threat. And I'm telling you, LeGrand, if I don't catch me a beer buzz, I'll never make it through this cartoon. Hey, is Mickey Mouse in this?
Okay, it's 7:03 right now. Before we get to our email of interest, just quickly, there's a story in the New York Times about moray eels.
Okay.
And about how moray eels can climb up out of the water to get at prey.
Mm-hmm.
Because they took some squid and they placed it, like in a little clamp to hold the squid.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And the moray eel climbed up out of the water in their tank
Yeah.
and ate the squid.
Yeah.
And so the headline reads, "When an eel climbs a ramp to eat squid from a clamp, that's a moray." It's
No.
right there in the
Get
New
out.
York Times.
You-
New York Times
you
headline.
really-
Right there. Right there.
You should have kids. 'Cause that's a dad joke.
I didn't. That's a New York Times headline. It's right there.
Oh, all right.
I did not do that. All right. Let's see. Is this emails of interest?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Email of interest.
This
So,
all
yes.
came from this thing about Stuart Varney that we played, right? Where
Yeah,
he-
it was from John Oliver.
Yeah.
And he found a compilation of Stuart Varney saying the same phrase over and over again. Let me find it here for you.
It's an odd phrase to be a crutch.
It is, yeah.
It's it's something I've never heard before.
Well, you've heard
It's-
the milk of human kindness before, but
That's not what he's saying.
What
though.
is he saying?
Here, let me get to it here. He says it just over and over again.
It's weird. It's,
Flattery is the mother's milk, the mother's milk of television. Flattery is the mother's milk of television, the mother's milk of television. Flattery is the mother's milk of television. That's very good stuff. Flattery is the mother's milk of television. By the way, flattery is the mother's milk of television. That's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
So it's a crutch. He says it over and over again. So
so
we were.
I said yesterday, do we have crutches that we say over and over again? Because I listened to that Carrie plays, and that's annoying. If I were him, I'd be like, oh, I will never say that phrase again. I didn't realize I said it that much.
Well,
And
maybe
you-
it's his signature phrase, though.
And you guys didn't want to know. You're like,
No.
I don't want to know if I.
I don't.
But I said I would like to know if I have a crutch so I can stop saying it. So a couple of different things. Our consultant, the all-knowing suit, tweeted about it. And he said, Carrie's right. We shouldn't discuss what the possible supercuts of your frequently used phrases if we all still want to remain friends. But Gina says, nice. Good for them. Whenever something happens, like Sesame Street adds a little girl with two dads, Gina always adds a high-pitched nice or good for them. And he's absolutely right. I do that.
Well, good for
I
you
know I
to
do.
admit that.
I know I do that. So that was from the all-knowing suit. Well, and just to go on, he says Carrie's it's fill in the current year here, meaning can you believe this thing is happening in 2021? And but he says Bill is a flawless broadcaster. Bill doesn't.
I don't
do
have
anything.
any. No crutches. I'm sure that's true.
But you guys didn't want to know, and I said no, I want to know. So
Because I
this,
could tell you some, but I don't of yours, but I'm
Of
not
mine?
going to. Yeah, but I'm not gonna.
I said I want to know.
Well, I don't care.
Don't do this.
I'm not gonna.
Don't do this.
No, I'm not gonna. But you got an email of interest
Thought
about
of something instantly.
it. I did, but I'm not gonna.
This comes to us from Melanie.
Mm-hmm.
Says, Gina, you asked for it.
Oh, my.
Yep, you did.
I'm serious. You forget we already take you very seriously, so frequent emphatic reminding us is not required. Apparently, I say a lot, I'm serious.
Now, she brought it up. I would say you do say, no, I'm serious, a lot.
Was that the thing that you were going? That's not
No.
the thing that you were going to
No.
say. I want to know what
No,
you're.
I'm not. No, I'm not going to do it. I just won't do it. I'm not going to tell you.
Well, that makes me think it's something horrible, and
It's
then
not.
I don't want to say it anymore.
It's not horrible, but I'm still not going to tell you.
Okay, you can't do that. If you thought it in your mind and said,
Watch me.
"Oh, I know the thing that Gina says, but I can't tell her because it'll hurt her feelings, or it'll make her mad, or it'll." But the minute you say out loud, "I know something, but I'm not going to tell you," it's going to drive me crazy. You should have not said anything.
Now, Kiss Me in the chat room says, none of these are crutches. A crutch is a sound to fill in an awkward space. None of these examples are crutches.
Yeah.
But isn't
Okay,
a crutch
maybe they're
something you fall
mislabeled.
back on? Something you fall back on, like. I think it's a crutch to fall back on to not be thoughtful about. Okay, so Sesame Street has 2 dads on there now. Isn't that great? For me
Good
to
for
think of
them.
something else to say, then good for them.
Yeah.
That I should think.
Yeah.
That's really important that they do that representation or something instead of just saying, "Well, good for them."
I sometimes hear myself saying things the same way. And even the same words, and then I say to myself, "Oh, don't do that anymore. Say it a different way." So I try to catch them, but you can't catch all of them. There are just certain things that you say and do that are going to be associated with you. It just happens.
Well, I don't know what mine is because you won't tell me.
No, I won't tell Carrie what I know, the one I think about for him either.
You do it for him too?
Well, yeah. Don't tell me that you can't think of something that I say all the time.
Well, we all comment on it. B?
Well, that's a crutch. That's just a crutch. That's
for the...
what I'm trying to think of something. B.
Listen, this is a conversation to be had, but not with us, not between us. I mean, all right. This is a conversation that if you were to, ask one of our consultants or our program director or something, you can have that conversation.
Or listeners could be free. You can be free to weigh in on it if you want.
But this is not a conversation that should be had between us.
No.
Because it will only piss us off.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
And we need to work together, Gina.
That's why I won't say anything.
You've got how long until Muhammad moves out?
That's why I won't say anything. I just grit my teeth every time I hear it. I'm making it worse, aren't I?
Gina, you don't.
You don't want to know. You don't.
This is not a conversation to be had between us.
Okay.
If you want to ask Todd, or if you want to ask, okay, fair enough, that guy.
Fair enough.
Anybody else? Anybody else? If you want to have that conversation with anybody else, this is not a conversation you want to have with us.
No.
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter.
It matters if it bugs people. Like
it probably just bugs me.
I want to stop. I don't want to. I don't want to bug you.
Well, then shut up.
How do I know what I'm saying that bugs you?
It doesn't matter.
You don't.
You don't, and it doesn't
and you
matter.
shouldn't care.
Then I'm going to keep doing it.
You shouldn't care. Just
That's
make your
okay.
point however you want to make your point.
Exactly. It's okay. It's okay that it bugs me.
Call somebody else about this, all right? This is not a conversation I want to have right now, all right?
Okay.
Or ever.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, I agree.
Emails of interest.
Way to go. You changed it up there. I like the way you changed that up. That was
aggressive.
Nice. Traffic, please.
Okay, let's see. Construction slowdown, SR39 in Ogden Canyon. Actually, it's closed. It's not a slowdown. It's closed both directions. They're doing some major bridge replacement up there. Crash northbound I-15 in Brigham City at milepost 365. And crash southbound I-15 at 5th West in Bountiful, although it looks like that one should be about cleared up by now. Crash westbound I-80 near Echo Reservoir, about milepost 165. And what are you seeing? You can text it to us at 33986, and I will pass it along to other friends of the program. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit our store. 6831 South State curbside service is available.
We got the boners coming up now, I think, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here are the candidates that you'll consider. Number one would be, Emergency Services saves the dark-haired vixen from drowning. Number two, what else is a woman named Booze to do? And boner candidate number three, the worst-kept secret in Tallahassee.
Okay, boners around 1, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. And then don't forget, 7:45 after we award round one of your boners, the X poll begins. Do you regret naming your child what you named them? Or do you hate your name?
Yeah, do you regret having the name you have?
Yeah. Right, all right. I named my kid after this thing, and then this thing turned out to not be a good thing, and I wish I hadn't named that.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a good example coming up in the boners. Stand by for that. Okay, let's see. 3, 2, 1. RanLife.com.
You know, I've done a mortgage refinance with Ran Life, not once, but twice. 2 times I did it, and both times I saved money. Why should you refinance your mortgage, you're thinking? Well, interest rates right now are so low that if you have a mortgage that's, 5 years old or 10 years old or maybe even more, your interest rate is probably a lot higher. And you can refinance it and get the lower interest rate and save yourself money and that'll make your monthly payments smaller, or you can get cash back to refinance or to remodel, and all kinds of things. Ran Life can tell you all about it. All you have to do is call them at 801-478-4500. They have very experienced loan officers standing by. They'll take your call and tell you. They can tell you over the phone whether it's to your advantage to refinance or not. Or you can go to their website, ranlife.com.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
Well, we've taken Pierce Bronson also in that same deal.
The former 007?
Yep.
Did you see that movie he was in, by the way, ever, The Matador?
No, I wanted to see that.
You've got to see it. It's great. He's great in that.
I got to get that one in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
And how was he?
Honey, write that down.
He was very nice.
Okay. What am I writing down?
Anyway, sorry.
Oh, your sweetheart.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he was great, too. Very nice guy. Like him a lot.
Okay, how about a horror story?
I was going to say, we're getting some nice guys.
Well, we've taken Paris Hilton.
I knew you were going to say
Did
Paris
you really?
Hilton. Yeah. I knew you were going to say
this last Sundance, we had Paris for 4 days.
That's hot.
And how was that?
Paris is a very unique girl.
She's so nice. He is so nice, isn't he?
How is she unique?
Well, she's got a style of her own, that's for sure.
As I pull out the nice
everything.
nice guy to carry translation.
It depends. Are we talking drunk or sober?
Did you ever see her sober?
No, actually. Maybe once in the morning. I can't be certain, though.
So she was a treat to carry around, was
she? My neighbor's jealous. He loves her, but you gotta meet her. You gotta meet her, I guess.
Get the full effect.
Yeah.
So you cleaned the limo after that, I hope. You don't want.
We've got a full detailer.
Excellent.
Yes.
And any other quick little horror story about anybody?
No, not really. I mean, most of the celebs are pretty good.
Really nice.
They're some of them can be a little high maintenance, but for the most part, they're really generous. They're nice. Keep to themselves. They don't make a lot of trouble.
It's what you would expect, really. I mean, they just want a nice, quiet ride, and thank you very much.
Now, what about the folks you've been giving rides to in Garland? Have they been high maintenance?
Oh, no, not at all. Just around the block.
Like Paris Hilton? Mac, he wasn't any trouble?
Now the crowd keeps turning over here. Anybody here want to go on a limo ride? You want to go? Anybody?
That has not gone yet?
Yes, we have a couple.
Wasn't one now? If it's only one guy, you got to collect some people and go with you.
2, all right.
Just go around the.
These guys haven't gone.
Just go around the block. It's a treat.
96.3 FM. X96.
All right. You like that, did you?
I do.
I know, right?
I know.
It's on Hulu. Difficult People. I don't know if you have the Hulu though, Gina.
I think I do. I don't know what I'm probably spending $500 in subscriptions that I'm not aware of a month because
Yeah.
maybe I have it.
That's happened to me as well.
You don't watch enough TV
I know.
to do that.
I
You should pick one or two and stick with those. All right. Here we go. Let's do it. Round one of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. It means it's the winner of round 1. It wins here, we send it forward to boner fight. All right? Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We do this again, get a winner there, send that winner to boner fight. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day, because that's when Boner Fight happens. So here we go with round one. Send one of these three forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Just before we get to boner candidate number 1, I would point out, Gina, that there are 3 perfectly good network television stations and an educational station, too. So
that's all you need.
Maybe you should just stick with that. Boner candidate number 1, emergency services saves the dark-haired vixen from drowning. Yes, indeed, they scrambled to save a drowning woman washed out to sea. Crowds gathered to watch the dramatic rescue of what appeared to be a woman floating in the water. And it really did look like a woman floating in the water. I have never heard this phrase, but they're calling it a Dutch wife. The Dutch wife was dragged out of the water by rescue teams in Japan. I was filming for my fishing videos, said the Japanese man who posted the video. I thought that a corpse had come floating by, but it turned out to be a Dutch wife.
Which is?
A sex doll.
That's a Dutch wife? Okay.
I'd never heard that, but maybe just in Japan they call it a Dutch wife. It seems someone misunderstood. That's kind of a slam on the Dutch, isn't it? Well, it seems someone misunderstood what it was and called the authorities, so a ton of police, fire trucks, and ambulances showed up. Thankfully, the sex doll was successfully rescued. As it was pulled out of the water, this rubber inflatable woman was pulled out of the water, or they called it the dark-haired vixen. Emergency services rescued the dark-haired vixen and saved it from drowning.
All right.
It's boner candidate number 1. And part of the boner candidate there, I think, is the Japanese defaming the Dutch in that way. I just think that's terrible. But all right, and boner candidate number 2 is, well, what else is a woman named Booze to do? A Florida woman named Booze was arrested for drunk driving after allegedly slamming her car into a Taco Bell sign and then fleeing the scene. Now, her first name is not Booze, but it is her last name. I'd change it, I guess, if it were me. Kanisha Booze, 34, busted late Friday following a crash near her home at St. Petersburg. Ms. Booze was charged with DUI and property damage. She was released from county jail on $1,700 bond. Ms. Booze is a mother of 3, and she was
little Boozes?
Yeah, little Boozes.
Baby Boozes?
I remember there was a football player years ago, Emerson Boozer. But Booze, yeah. Well, but so what else is she to do but get drunk and drive around and crash her car? Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, the worst kept secret in Tallahassee.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
Jiffy Lube Multi-Care. Get services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. That's a job for Jiffy. Visit JiffyLubeUtah.com for discounts, services, and locations.
There was a story all over the gossip sheets yesterday or the day before. Heather Locklear goes makeup-free while grabbing a bite to eat.
She's so brave.
So they had pictures of her out and about. You know, she'd gone into a shop to get some bagels or something, and they were taking pictures of her, and she had no makeup on. She was wearing some athletic shorts and you know what she looked like?
What?
A woman of her age without makeup.
Wow.
It was shocking to see that Heather Locklear actually.
I have to go look. Let's see.
Looked like a woman of her age without makeup.
Without makeup.
Yeah. Britney Spears. We might have the picture with the story. I don't know. But, Britney Spears is going to address conservatorship.
Oh, Bill, I disagree. She doesn't look 59. She looks better than 59. I'd say she looks like a woman 7 or 8 years younger than her age.
Okay, I didn't really check her age. I think she just looked like a woman without makeup.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
she looks just fine.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, moving on.
Britney Spears is set to address her conservatorship for the first time in open court. Her father, Jamie Spears, has had control over all aspects of her life, major aspects of her life, including her finances and personal health decisions since 2008. The court-ordered conservatorship came after her public breakdown. You know, again, they call it her public breakdown. She did what lots of men have done and not, been thrust into a conservatorship. She got pissed at the paparazzi. She'd probably been drinking a little bit, and she attacked one of their cars with a golf club. And for that, it seems she's been having to have her father control her life.
I think she is okay with having someone be in charge of the money.
Probably.
She doesn't want her dad to do it anymore. That seems like a reasonable thing.
All parties, including Ms. Spears, are scheduled to appear in court remotely on June 23rd, tomorrow. This will allow her to directly address to the court and Judge Brenda Penny, who presides over the case. We'll see. You know, she's been performing and has been.
No, she hasn't.
Yeah, she has. Not recently, but she has, while she was under the conservatorship, she has been performing. She did yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
It wasn't a golf club. It was an umbrella. Thank you.
Was it really?
Yes.
Yeah.
You gotta excuse me.
Well, that's even that's nothing then.
So you know.
Britney Watch, keeping you up to date with all your Britney Spears news.
When she is up for performing, it says she has performed. When she wants to record an album, she's recorded an album. And when she wants to live her life the way she wants to, like a normal person, her father has not stood in the way of any of that. So I don't know what the beef
his
is.
Boat?
Yeah.
My baby's going to be famous. I'm going to get a boat.
Yeah.
Boat people.
Megan Grunwald, sentenced Monday here in Utah to up to 30 years in prison for her role in the 2014 murder of a Utah County sheriff's deputy. Last month, Ms. Grunwald, who originally faced life in prison, took a plea deal to reduce the charge of second-degree felony charges of manslaughter and assault on a police officer. The deal allowed Utah County prosecutors to avoid a new trial after her first conviction was overturned due to jury instruction errors. Judge Daryl McDade said he was imposing the maximum sentence for both manslaughter charges, which will run consecutively 1 to 15 years each. Grunwald will also face time for aggravated robbery, but there is certainly a possibility now that she can get out of prison on parole at sometime in the future. She was with her boyfriend, you'll remember, Jose Angel Garcia Jaragüe, when he shot and killed Sergeant Corey Ride as he approached their pickup truck. Just like for really a senseless killing. She was behind the wheel, I think, of the car or the pickup truck, and she drove away, leading a multi-county chase that ended up with the death of Mr. Jaragüe. He was killed in that shootout. Let's see. State employees can work from home because the air is bad. Thousands of state employees will work from home through tomorrow as part of the state's new teleworking program to help clean up Utah's air. During the pandemic, about 9,000 state employees teleworked, which kept about 40 tons of pollution out of Utah's air. And I think people noticed that the air was better during the pandemic because a lot of people were working from home.
Like us?
Yeah.
Maybe we should just stay home. Can we just stay home?
And it's certainly something that people could have done before this. particularly the state government.
Mm-hmm.
They could have said, you know what, our air is terrible. Let's have people start working from home when it gets really bad. Could have done that. Long time ago, they could have done that. But forced into it by a pandemic, and now, and I guess we can do that. It works.
I don't understand why if a company can discover that their people can work from home and do just as good a job, I don't understand why you don't continue that.
Yeah.
You know?
Donald Trump, this is bizarre. Donald Trump, some things are coming out about his response to the pandemic that are just bizarre. There's a book called The Pandemic That Changed History. The Washington Post. It's written by 2 Washington Post journalists who they detail a February 2020 meeting in which Donald Trump shocked his aides, people around him, by saying, well, let's see, the pandemic, maybe we could isolate. Don't we own an island?
Huh?
Don't we own an island somewhere? Don't we have an island, the president said, eager to help keep the U.S. numbers low. What about people who have COVID? We send them to Guantanamo.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
The excerpts say aides were stunned, but Trump still brought the
That's why
idea
you
up a
wanted
second.
Greenland. That's why you wanted Greenland.
Trump still brought up the idea a second time before it was smashed by staff members, citing, it wouldn't look good to put Americans in prison because they have COVID. The book, which
That's
is based
your guy.
on...
That's your guy. Really? This is your guy.
The book, which is based on interviews with roughly 180 people, including senior White House staffers and government health leaders, is set to be published in June, or at the end of June. Representatives for Trump did not immediately respond to these. He said, we import goods. Donald Trump said, we import goods. We're not going to import a virus. In addition to the exchange about Guantanamo, the Washington Post published excerpt of the book recounts some of Trump's complaints about testing. Testing is killing me, he reportedly exclaimed in March. I'm going to lose the election because of testing, he said. Not because people are dying, but because we're testing people.
Now, before you discount all of this, remember, he's the guy who, with his magic marker, made a hurricane happen that didn't happen. All right? We saw this on television.
Yeah.
He did that.
Yeah, he made it go, no, it went over here. That's what it is. See?
Yeah. Also, in this book, apparently he got the Department of Justice. He said, I need you guys to find a way to get Jimmy Kimmel and Saturday Night Live to stop making fun of me. It's in the book. It's in there.
Yeah.
This your guy, Mike Lee? That's your
and
guy.
don't tell me that didn't happen, because he's crazy enough that, he tried to do that.
Let's see. I don't think we have time to get to 17 things people are secretly judging you for.
Not all 17, certainly, but we'll get
well,
to that
you won't
list
tell
coming
me.
up.
I've
I
asked,
don't
and
even,
you won't tell me.
Sports, weather, traffic. Gino.
You have a real persecution complex.
Okay, so really hot today. We're back up to 100, and like Bill was saying, the air is bad, so you should limit your driving to help with that. And now we could have a slight chance of storms coming in. These thunderstorms probably won't see rain actually falling on the ground because it's so hot, but that could mean lightning, which would start fires. It could be trouble, but it will cool things off a little bit for the next couple of days. Like Thursday, it'll be downright chilly at 88 degrees. That's your weather. And traffic, we have, it's been a really light morning so far. The biggest issue is if you have to go up Ogden Canyon today, because they're replacing bridges and stuff up there. So don't go up Ogden Canyon today. Other than that, I have no accidents to tell you. I'm looking at UDOT right now, and you haven't texted anything in either. We haven't even had any more, pillows in the road that people have reported. So it looks like you're going to have a good commute this morning. If you do see something, though, you can send it to us if it's safe for you to do that, 33986. Big O Tires' sizzling summer sale is here now through June 26. Buy 3, get 1 free on select Nitto, Mesa, and Aspen tires.
Here's boner candidate number 3, the worst kept secret in Tallahassee. Yes, new details have emerged on the sex competition reportedly created by Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida.
Oh, I haven't heard this.
This new reporting is the latest on the Florida Republican's sex scandals, which reportedly involve him being investigated for sex trafficking, also potential campaign finance violations, payments to sex workers using Cash App and Apple Pay, allegations of pimping, drugs, a fake ID scheme, and sharing nude photos of sexual conquests with fellow legislators on the floor of the House of Representatives. On Friday, Business Insider published new reporting on a sex game that Gaetz reportedly created as a state legislator. Sleeping with married legislators, spending the night at a college sorority house, these were specific ways that Gaetz and other Florida lawmakers could earn points in a sex competition in which Mr. Gaetz is accused of participating when he served in the state's House of Representatives. A female Republican insider who worked with Gaetz in the 2010s has revealed this in an interview. The sex competition involved the Harry Potter book series, the Republican source told Insider. Anyone who had sex with a certain conservative woman won the whole game regardless of points, she said. That woman was known as a snitch, a nod to the Harry Potter game of Quidditch.
Who was it? We want to know who it is.
She won't say.
I want to know.
She won't say. Well, you wouldn't know her anyway. This is a Florida legislator.
Okay.
The existence of the game among male lawmakers was the worst-kept secret in Tallahassee, the Republican insider said. Lawmakers who participated publicly boasted about it, even among their female colleagues. Some male legislators who didn't participate jokingly lamented the fact that they had abstained from the game. Really? And this is the guy that they elected to the United States legislature, and who is just a great Trump supporter, and who Trump has pointed to as one of the bright young lights of the Republican Party.
What happened to Nestor? That's my question.
Yeah.
Nestor?
Where's Nestor?
Nestor is Matt Gaetz' adopted son.
Doit, doit. Yeah, we haven't heard from Nestor.
Haven't heard from Nestor in a while.
Well,
all right. Anyway,
maybe he unadopted himself. Boner candidate number 3, the worst kept secret in Tallahassee.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Number 1, emergency services saved the dark-haired vixen from drowning. It's in Japan, and she's drowning. We got to save her. All kinds of rescue crews show up to fish a rubber inflatable sex doll out of the ocean. Boner candidate number 2, well, what else is a woman named Booze to do? But, her last name is Booze, and so she was arrested, of course, for drunk driving. And boner candidate number 3, the worst-kept secret in Tallahassee.
Okay, here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth. Miriam will take your vote, 877-602-9696. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting June 22, 2021, and vote there. All right, so you have until the end of these messages to do it. And then as soon as we award round 1 of your boners, remember the text and phone number, because it's the X poll. Do you regret naming your child what you named them? Or do you regret your name? Bad names is what basically the X poll is all about. All coming up. Stand by for that. 3, 2, 1. Brooklinen.com. You've heard me talk about my Brooklinen sheets a lot, and a lot of people have said, hey, I took your advice, and I got them, and I love them. Well, don't just listen to me. Listen to over 75,000 plus 5-star reviews and counting online. They're so confident in their products that they come with a 365-day warranty. And they're just making fans left and right. I mean, yeah, they have the sheets, the buttery, soft, breathable sheets. Those are nice. But they also have these very nice plush and absorbent towels. They have bathrobes, loungewear, So comfy that once you put it on, you'll never want to take it off. Give yourself the comfort refresh that you deserve and get it for less at Brooklinen. Go to brooklinen.com, use the promo code X96 to get $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. That's BROOKLINEN.com with the promo code X96 for $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. Brooklinen.com, the promo code is X96.
Then I went upstairs to work and get up there about 3:30, and I just kept thinking all morning. I have no thoughts. There is nothing going through my mind. My noggin is empty.
You're not angry about anything?
No, but I'm sure you'll change that at some point here pretty quickly.
Well, you should be grateful for that.
I am. You people don't know how grateful I am that if all else fails, Gina can get me going. Just
happy to help.
Yeah, and not in a.
I thought you'd be all upset about Prince Philip. I thought that would get you going today.
Who gives a rat's ass about Prince Philip? Not me.
I don't know, man. There was a press release.
It's about. Listen, I think if he needs to step back, that's fine.
I thought
seems a little early at 95.
It would give you a chance to talk about how he farts all the time.
I don't know.
He has more time to fart now that he's stepping back from something like that.
He can't step back because he farts so much. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about that. There's very little in the news right now that I care about.
Healthcare? You don't care about that?
I'm the opposite. I care about a lot of it, but I don't want to talk about it because it's just going to make me mad.
See, and I think what it is...
If you were a woman, you'd be upset about healthcare.
I think what it is that I've become pretty numb.
Steve Hatch Family Chocolates. I saw him post on Facebook yesterday, and it's a picture of him standing there going, "Guess what? I'm a walking pre-existing condition."
Exactly. He has dwarfism.
He said I obviously made poor choices in utero.
Yeah.
that made.
Yeah, I mean, but they don't give a good God.
There you go. There's
about
the mad. There's the mad.
They don't care.
There it is.
That smug.
There it
Son
is.
of a bitch, Paul Ryan.
There it is.
With his big ears sticking out. I'm going to the gym. I wear my hat backwards.
Oh, he gets to keep Obamacare, by the way.
Yeah,
sure.
They want it.
They get.
They want it. They got a special dispensation in there. They get it.
Y'all
don't.
I don't think insurance should cover the pre-existing condition of meanness.
7:50, we got the X-Poll coming up as soon as we award this, round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by an onion tart.
A what?
It's like a big pie crust thing with sweet sautéed onions as the filling.
Huh.
Really good.
And this summer, downtown Salt Lake's Main Street will be closed to cars and open to pedestrians Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Restaurants, bars, and shops will extend their service onto the sidewalks with music and art every night. Learn more at downtownslc.org/openstreets.
Boner candidate number one, is emergency services saves the dark-haired vixen from drowning. This is in Japan, it was a sex doll, a rubber inflatable sex woman. People thought it was real at first, and so the rescue crews came out to try to save it. Not many people thought, but more than number two for some reason. What else is a woman named Booze to do? That only got 2 votes. Number two.
Really?
Number one did better, but of course the winner was boner candidate number 3, the worst kept secret in Tallahassee. All of that stuff about Matt Gaetz.
All right, there you go. That is the winner of round one. It is now qualified to be boner of the week. Round 2 coming up at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. Take that winner. Send it forward as well. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. X-Poll, is it sponsored, Gina?
No, let's just dive in.
Well, the fact that only 2 people voted for the boner candidate with the bad name does not bode well for the X-Poll.
Yeah, really not. So we were just talking about names the other day, though, bad names, names that were given to you, and you think, oh, my God, why did... I mean, my name, my first name, Ralph, is really not a name that I care for very much. I never used it. I always went by Bill, and I think most people think Ralph is kind of a. I mean, it's not a terrible name, but it's.
This doesn't have to be about bad names. I mean, we were talking earlier this morning about the singer for Scritti Politti. He gave himself the name Green because his name was Paul, and there were 3 other Pauls in his class, and he didn't. He didn't want to be Paul.
So call 877-602-9696. And were you given a bad name, a name that you resent? Or are you a parent who gave your child a name that you then later thought, I shouldn't have done that? 877-602-9696 is the number to call and participate in the Radio from Hell X-Poll.
So I don't regret any of my children's names. I love their names.
Let's see.
But this is annoying. So Festus's radio name is Festus, but his given name is Aiden. Now you think Aiden, that's a popular name. There are lots of Aidens.
There are a few, yeah.
But it wasn't popular when I named him. He was born in 1997. Aiden became a popular name after Sex and the City. John Corbett's character in that was Aiden. And the name sort of took off after that. And now there's a bunch of them. So at the time, I thought I was naming him something that was a little unusual, and there weren't a lot of them. And I hate the fact that a little while later it became a really popular name and was at the top of baby name lists. I hate that. I like his name; it suits him, but I just wish it hadn't become. I think
it's terrible that when people name their kids because it's something popular in culture, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how many Anakins I've run into.
But it's just like
Logans.
My eldest son. Everybody said, "Oh, you named him after that character in 90210, didn't you?" No, I didn't.
If you know anything about Bill, he was a huge fan of that show. Here's, let's see, I worked with a woman who had a son named Caleb, but it was spelt K-A-L-I-B. She would get mad when people would pronounce it Khalib.
Yeah.
Well,
that's Khalib.
Yeah. And here's a text. My name is Roman. Really wish it wasn't.
Oh,
Yeah.
Roman's kind of a cool name. I like Roman.
All right, let's go to Eric on the phone. Hello, Eric.
Eric, you have a perfectly fine name.
Yes. So it's Eric Tyrell, and that's a normal name. Like, it's not abnormal or anything. But growing up, I always I didn't think it fit me. I just thought it was like the worst name. I just didn't like it at all. And then my dad told me where he got it, and he got it from a Louis L'Amour Western book. It was Tyrell Sackett, and he's like the fastest gunslinger, fast draw, super awesome character. And so I finally read the book in my late 30s, and then realized, that's actually kind of a cool name.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you should know why you're named what you're named. It matters.
I mean, I've talked. I've talked extensively.
My mom got Eric from Eric the Red, so I always thought that was cool.
Okay.
But then Tyrell just didn't really fit,
Yeah, well, I mean, as you get older, you make peace with these kind of things. I've made peace with my name finally. I hated it for years, but I've made peace with it now. Let's go to. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Let's go to Tyrell. Let's go to Candy. Hi, Candy.
Candy, which
Hi.
is that Candy short for Candace, I would assume.
Yeah, that's right. So I like my name, but my mom's first name is Esther and her middle name is Elizabeth. She's named after her grandmother, and I absolutely love it. But she hates her name so much, and I didn't get a middle name because she wants to go by her middle name as her first name. And we kind of tease her about it and everything, but I absolutely love it. But she gets so worked up about it.
She doesn't like the name Esther.
No, not at
Esther's
all.
a cool name.
It seems fine.
I know. I think it's so pretty.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling us, Candace.
Okay, thank you. Have a good one.
You're right.
I like this. I like this text. I named my son Dallas. He's in his 40s, and I apologize to him off.
Yeah, see? There you go.
I'm so sorry I named you Dallas.
Oh, I like that one. Ed in the chat room. In my wife's family, there's a Django and a Riker.
Oh.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Not good.
My ex wanted to name my son Damien. I refused and am glad I put my foot down.
Yeah.
We ended up naming him Ashton. I would rather be Damien, frankly.
No, Ashton's okay. Not Damien, though, because you'll always be, that devil kid from the movie. Right?
Someone says, my name is Kelsey Ann. Going to school, there were 5 of us with the same first and middle name because 6 months after I was born, some soap opera star. Don't name after a soap opera star.
Yeah.
No.
All right, we'll continue this X poll after this break. 877-602-9696. Regretful names, whether it's yours or one you gave. Tell us about it. It's coming up in the X poll. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, we've had a fairly light morning traffic-wise, so that's good news. I have to go all the way up to the Idaho state line to tell you about a crash on SR 42 in Box Elder County.
Oh, no.
Yeah, what are you seeing, though? I'm not seeing anything on our UDOT cameras, but if you see something, yeah, I'd be happy to pass it along. You can always text it in to us at 33986.
Okay. We will take a break. We will be back to continue the X poll. 3, 2, 1. BigOTires.com. There is a location near you, and you can find it at that website. You might be out driving around and have a tire problem. You can find a location real quick right there.
Yeah. Big O Tires is having a sizzling summer sale right now. Buy 3, get 1 free on select sets of Mesa, Aspen, and Nitto tires. And I've said many times I really like the Big O brand tire. And I know the folks who run the Big O Tire store on 2nd, East, and South Temple because that's where I always go, and they're great.
I go to the one on Highland Drive. It's a good place to stop before you head out on a road trip. They've got their free multi-point vehicle inspection. They're going to check your tire pressure. That's critical, especially when we have the heat that we've been having. You want to make sure your tires are inflated properly.
Don't forget their sizzling summer sale. Buy 3, get 1 free on select sets of Mesa, Aspen, and Nitto tires. Big O Tires, like 42 locations along the Wasatch Front. They are the team you trust at BigOTires.com.
Scott. Spell it with me now, S-C-O-T-T. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. LeGrand has been invited over to LeVar's trailer house for lunch. Again, the word is Scott. Come on in, LeGrand. Door's open, and our delicious repast is about to begin. I hope you brought some drinks for us.
Well, I did indeed, LeVar. I bought the whole six-pack of caffeine-free Diet Sam's Choice Cola from the Walmart. Didn't have no way of chilling it, though. Hope you have smice.
Well, fridge's been busted for a few months now. I've learned to appreciate my cola beverages at room temperature.
Well, that's just fine with me, too. I'm always sneaking a cola from down in the food storage room so as Midge won't know I got a bit of an addiction. You see, we keep the caffeinated stuff in the food storage on the theory that in the event of a nuclear catastrophe, we'll need to stay awake so's we can keep the neighbors from busting in, and so's we'll have plenty of energy to be fruitful and repopulate on our wasted planet. You know what I mean. So what's for lunch?
Beef stew. I helped can it myself. It's Deseret brand beef stew. Because I helped can it, I got a free case from the Bishop Storehouse.
Ooh, I love the sound of canned stew boiling up on the range. Smells pretty good, too.
That's because Scott all-natural garden and beef ingredients. Look here at that list of nutritious stuff that comes in this one can. Scott carrots, peas, taters, onions, chunks of beef, and some beef byproducts.
Ooh, that's good. Ooh, but looky here. This Deseret brand beef stew's got 23 grams of fat per serving. This stew's got more fat in it than 9 strips of bacon, LeVar.
Bacon, that sounds good. Let's fry up some strips of bacon to go with our stew. You know, bacon's got an essential ingredient in it that you can only get from a few foods, you know. Foods like bologna and hot dogs and some canned hams.
Bacon's got something in it that your body needs? What?
Nitrite. It's got nitrite in it. The body needs nitrite to preserve the internal organs.
Well, fry some up then.
Okay.
Hey, you got a raw hot dog or some bologna I can nibble on to tide me over till the stew's on? My big ones is eating my little ones. I'm so hungry.
Anyway, let's pop open a couple of them diet sodas for a toast, LeGrand. To life.
To life.
If we keep eating like this, we're going to live forever.
Is this sponsored, Gina?
Let's just keep going.
Okay, all right, fine.
The X poll. We're talking about names. Do you like your name? Did you name your child something unfortunate? You now regret? Do you have a name you regret? The phone number to call is 877-602-9696. Let us know about your unusual names.
Okay. We got Felix on the phone. Hello, Felix.
Hey, good morning, people.
Hi, Felix.
I'm a junior. And when I was a little kid, I was named after my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And I got tired of being called Little Felix, Junior, this, that. So I switched my name to Daniel.
Okay.
And then later on in my life, after my father passed away, I started using his name. You know, out of homage to him and stuff. So,
Is your middle name Daniel? Is that where you got that?
yes.
Yeah. Well, you know, I understand that, and I think that's perfectly legitimate. You just didn't like being called Little Felix all the time. Yeah.
Or Junior.
Yeah.
So, but then after my father passed away years ago, I switched back.
Well, good job, Junior.
You
Way
know,
to go.
Indiana Jones didn't like it either. That's why he went by Indiana.
That's right. Thank you, Felix.
Thanks,
Oh,
Felix.
one more thing, Bill.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing up Golden Delicious, because I used to produce this show as an intern.
Oh, really?
And I'll send you an email and tell you some of the funny things he used to do.
Oh,
Please do.
Please. I
Please do.
love that stuff. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, great,
Thank you, Felix.
All right.
See you.
All right.
guys.
Let's go to Alex is on the phone.
Alex?
Is it Alex?
Hey, yeah.
Hi.
Seems like a perfectly fine name.
Yeah, so the fun story of mine was I was named Alexander, and then my mom wanted to put her maiden name as my middle name, which is Stewart, and then our last name is Strand, and as she wrote it down on my birth certificate, she recognized the initials.
ASS.
Ass.
Yep. So she actually shredded that birth certificate in front of and they were like freaking out. She couldn't do that, but so now I'm Stewart Alexander Strand, and I go by my middle name of Alex.
Sass.
Nice.
Sass.
You're sass.
Yeah, so now I'm just sassy, you know. not sassy.
Although today, don't you kind of wish you could put your initials as ASS? I mean, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that I could use that as an excuse. So if anybody calls me out on it, I just be like, well, I was blessed that way from birth. So
Yeah, there you go. All right, thanks for calling. Thanks for calling us.
Yeah.
That's good.
Let's go to Timber.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Timber.
Hi, Timber.
Timber.
Yep, my
How do you
whole life.
Oh, the poor thing.
Can I guess, Timber? Is it because your dad was a big G.I. Joe fan and he knew that Snake Eye's dog was named Timber? No, that's not it.
Nope. I wouldn't say that was the reason.
Do you know the reason?
My mother had heard about it from another friend, and she just thought it was a cute name. And it took me probably until I was about 30 before I finally decided to appreciate the name. But yeah, pretty much the jokes have gotten old really fast.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well,
and you should still be ashamed of it. It's not a good name.
If you could change your name, what would you change it to if you could pick your name?
Yeah, good point.
I tried to go by Tim for a while.
Tim.
But that didn't work.
All right.
So
All right.
I don't know. I just go by it now. But I have my children. They have unique names too. But I tried to make them so they couldn't be teased as much. So
What did you do to them?
My daughter's name is Sidda, Sidda.
That's bad.
And
That's bad.
Is it bad?
Yes.
She loves it, and I think it's cute. I got it off of a movie, and nobody else decided to copy it.
When she
And
was
my
little,
son-
did you call her babysitter?
No, we didn't do that. I did anticipate that joke, and we just brushed right past it.
Okay. What else?
And then my son, his name is Walter. So it's not odd, but it is kind of a very old-fashioned name for somebody his age.
It's okay.
I like Walter.
We need to bring back Beverly as well. Beverly's a good old name.
You want some Beverlys?
We need some Beverlys.
And if you're a Beverly, don't insist that they call you Beverly, not Bev.
Yeah, I'm not Bev. I'm Beverly.
not Bev. I am Beverly.
All right.
Hey,
Timber. Thanks, Tim.
Timber.
Thanks.
Right. Now, see, here's a branch of this that we didn't think about. A small child. I had a sister. A small child. I had a sister that passed away at 6 days old. I named my daughter after her, not realizing how much it hurt my parents to not have their child with that name around. But I had mine. I did have good intentions, but
yeah.
All right. So there's one. Let's see. My name is Janae. And yes, that's the correct spelling, J''ENAE. There is an accent mark, but the American alphabet doesn't allow for accent marks, so my name sounding French like my mom wanted didn't happen. It's a hard J, and I end up getting referred to for Forrest Gump's lady friend, Janae.
Janae.
Oh, I would hate that.
This one's good. An obstetrician once told me he had a patient who wanted to name her daughter Chlamydia. Apparently, the patient had no idea what it meant. Of course, when the obstetrician explained, thank God she mentioned it, that they
just like the sound
to...
of it. I like that. Doesn't that sound nice?
Pretty
Chlamydia.
Here's a text. My daughter wanted to name her baby Jezebel. No. We'll end things with Vanessa on the phone. Hello, Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, my first name is spelled Vynessa, so there's hardly anybody else. But I always liked my name being spelled like that, and then there were never any Vanessas when I was growing up. I don't regret it. I kind of liked it.
Do they call you Vynessa, though?
Yeah. Yes, I get called that a lot, and no one can ever spell it right.
Yeah.
So to pay it forward, I named our children Michelangelo and Francesco. And we, of course, love their names and always say their names out the whole way, but I'm sure they regret it.
Yeah. Well, I don't, they're not terrible names if you really think about them.
Are you Italian?
My husband does have some Italian in his family, yes.
All right.
Francesco. Hey.
There you go. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Thanks, Vanessa.
You're welcome.
It's Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Just quickly here, my sister's name is Razzie.
No.
It's true. Let's see. My friend named her daughter. My friend named her daughter named Etsy, and I told her not to because it sounds like STD. Etsy?
Not a good name.
No,
not at all.
There you go.
Run your baby names by us, by the way. If you have a pending tyke, email us radiofromhell@x96.com. We'll help you. Give us your baby name list, and we'll help you narrow it down. Traffic? Right. May I do
Traffic,
that?
please. Yes.
Crash northbound I-15 at the I-215 junction in Murray. It is off to the left shoulder. Crash eastbound 31st Street at northbound I-15. This is up in Ogden. The center lane is blocked there. Southbound I-15 53rd South off-ramp in Murray. The left lane is closed due to a medical incident there. And what are you seeing? You can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along to friends of the program. Big O Tires Sizzling Summer Sale is here now through June 26th. Buy 3, get 1 free on select Nitto, Mesa, and Aspen tires.
All right. Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates. Number 1, you say you have some members of color, huh? Name one. Boner candidate number 2, I hope you get some additional training. And boner candidate number 3 is titled, They Were Good Neighbors Until This Happened.
All right. Round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Wendy's for breakfast. Hit the drive-thru. It's easy, it's convenient, and it's very affordable. Wendy's serves only one kind of breakfast, a better one, made fresh with quality ingredients like oven-baked bacon. That's the way to go. Fresh cracked eggs, toasted to order croissants, My mouth is watering already. And for a limited time, you can get the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and the honey butter chicken biscuit. They are all 2 for $4. So you need to get the Wendy's 2 for $4 while it's hot and while they're still doing it. Oh, that just sounds so good. I don't know what Wendy's does to their sausage, but it's just better than everybody else's, in my humble opinion. Try it and let me know, why don't you? So don't forget, it's the Wendy's 2 for $4 deal with the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and the honey butter chicken biscuit, 2 for $4 at Wendy's.
Tonight on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's
Rod Decker, Undercover.
Tonight, Rod investigates Hooters restaurant.
Here in Midvale, the state's first Hooters restaurant is about to open. The management of this establishment has placed ads in local papers looking for employees. Hooters is known for hiring only buxom women. Tonight, I've put on this pair of ample falsies, my favorite blonde wig, and these tight-fitting Gloria Vanderbilt black denim jeans. Let's see what happens when I take our hidden cameras inside and apply for a job.
Next. Let me see. It says here your name is Rhonda Decker and you've had the previous experience waiting tables.
That's correct. I know at least 6 different ways to sing happy birthday to a customer.
Well, Rhonda, thanks for coming by. We'll call you if we have anything for you.
That's it? That's my interview?
Well, you just aren't Hooters material, Rhonda.
So what you're telling me is that you've made a decision based entirely upon my appearance. What is it about me that you don't think makes the grade? Are my breasts too small?
No, they look like C cups to me. You meet our minimum requirement there. But there's more to being a Hooters server than having big breasts. Look at these tight shorts. I can't believe that you could greet people in this outfit and feel confident.
I happen to have a nice ass. Yes, I could do that outfit justice. You have failed to see me as a person and are judging me on my looks instead of my skills.
Hey, wait a minute. You're that Channel 2 news guy.
You must be mistaken. I'm a young, unemployed waitress with an ample bosom.
You're Rod Decker. The news must not pay very well if you're trying this hard to be a Hooters girl.
There you have it. Hooters isn't your average eatery, and their employees aren't exactly run-of-the-mill either. I tried to gain employment, but apparently I just didn't stack up. The scenery here will rival the majestic mountains of the Wasatch Front. Join us again as I go undercover in search of more titillating stories. This is Rod Decker, KUTV News.
Okay, it is 8:22. Let's get to round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Boner Fight happens at 9:20, where the winner of this round will go up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. 9:20 is when Boner of the Day happens. Right now we need a candidate from this round to send forward. So here we go, round 2. Choose wisely. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see Coheed and Cambria and The Used. X96 presents Coheed and Cambria and The Used at the Complex Outdoors. This is happening August 30th. Text Coheed, COHEED, to 33986 now to win tickets. You can get more details and ticket links at x96.com.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. You say you have members of color, huh? Name one. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse is facing new scrutiny over his decades-long membership in an allegedly all-white private beach club, as he bills himself as a progressive and prominent critic of systemic racism, dismissing membership based on race as a long tradition in Rhode Island. The controversy began when Whitehouse, who is a Democrat, was confronted Friday by Go Local Providence reporter who published the video along with an article on Saturday detailing what occurred after asking about the senator's membership at Newport-based Bailey's Beach Club, part of the Spouting Rock Beach Association. I think people who are running the place are still working on that, and, well, I'm sorry it hasn't happened yet, said Senator Whitehouse.
Bill, can I stop you there? Are you sure you're allowed to make a Democrat a Boner candidate? I don't know if you've thought this through. Are we going to get in trouble?
Well, my pay, Mr. Soros may dock my pay, but I'm going ahead. Asked if such clubs should continue to exist at a time when the country is having a racial reckoning, Senator Whitehouse said, well, it's a long tradition in Rhode Island. There are many of them. I guess all white clubs.
So that makes it okay? You're making this worse, sir.
I think we just need to work our way through the issues, he said, and then left. So he said nothing except, wait a minute, I shouldn't have said that. Whitehouse appeared to dismiss the club's circumstances. His wife, Sandra, is one of 3 of the largest shareholders in the club.
Oh, I was going to say, why doesn't he just quit? Well, that sort of makes sense then.
The Rhode Island senator, who was first elected in 2006, initially ran for his office. He disavowed membership and pledged to quit the club. But he hasn't. He hasn't done it. And the club has no restrictive policy, says club spokespeople. The club has no restrictive policy. The club has hired and has had members of color and has members of color. The senator has dedicated his entire career to promoting equity and protecting civil rights, as his record shows, and the club has members of color. Okay, if you do, name one. Boner candidate number 1. Here's Boner candidate number 2. You know, I hope he gets some additional training. Geauga County? I don't know. I think that's how you say it.
Oh.
Geauga, Geauga County, Ohio. A man, and there's video of it, accidentally shot himself in the face at an Ohio gun range. The shooting happened, last Wednesday. Sheriff Scott Hildebrand said the man is lucky that he was not seriously injured and did not hurt anybody else. The man is expected to be okay. The sheriff added that after reviewing the video, he felt it was important to talk about gun safety and training.
Okay.
The video shows that he's shooting a 9mm automatic, and when he shot, he ejected the shell, and it went right down the back of his shirt. And those things are hot when they are ejected right out of the gun. So because it's hot, he started to move around, and his other hand just came and a gun discharged, and the bullet went through his cheek and out of the top part of his other cheek. The shooting was ruled accidental, and the man will not face charges. The sheriff, however, hopes the man will get some additional training.
Mm-hmm.
Boner candidate number 2, I hope he gets some additional training. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, they were good neighbors, and then this happened.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by...
It's the coldest, driest, windiest place on Earth where weird and wild creatures thrive. Antarctica transports you to the farthest reaches of the Earth and reveals that what happens there affects every single one of us. Now playing at Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
So you liked the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Yes.
I love that movie, yeah.
Well, then you'll probably like this. Harper Perennial is debuting a trailer for the novelization of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood that features unseen footage from Quentin Tarantino's film. Written and directed by the two-time Oscar winner, the film, of course, set in 1969 Los Angeles, and it centers on the lives of fading character actor Rick Dalton and his stunt double, Cliff Booth, as they navigate the ever-evolving film industry in the final moments of Hollywood's golden age. It also explores the life of Sharon Tate in the time leading up to the infamous Charles Manson murders. The period, it says here it's a dramedy. I guess there's funny.
Yeah, there's funny parts of it, yeah.
Feature, I've always hated that word, though, dramedy. It's just, anyway.
How about a comma? Would you rather call it a comma?
No. I just say,
comedy, drama.
It is what it is. The period film featured an ensemble cast including Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt, Margot Robbie, so forth, so on. The film was a strong hit upon release, grossing over $374 million. And following the film's release, it was announced that not only was Tarantino developing a potential spin-off series called Bounty Law, but he also signed a 2-year book deal with HarperCollins, the first of which would be the novelization of this movie. So just over 6 months after the novel was first announced, it's ready to go. The book is ready to go.
Yay!
And they're going to, I guess they're showing a trailer. I haven't looked at it. A trailer featuring plenty of footage and previously unseen stuff from the film.
A trailer for a book?
Yeah. Sure, why not?
They do it for comic books as well, Gina.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a lot more dialogue for the Charles Manson character.
When can I get it?
Now, I think. Let's see.
It's
I think it's about. Yeah. The trailer is out now. I don't know when the book is going to be out. So we have these boner candidates, and you make decisions about what you should include as a boner candidate or not.
Mm-hmm.
This story I didn't put in as a boner candidate because it would just win. It would just stomp all the others. Authorities in California are looking for a suspected human culprit behind the attacks on more than 24, that's 24, brown pelicans who have been found seriously injured.
The hell?
In California. In an alert issued last week by the Wetlands and Wildlife Care Center in Orange County, 32, more than 24, 32 of the slow-flying water birds have been found between San Clemente and Huntington Beach, with all but 10 showing compound fractures to their wings. Somebody is intentionally breaking these brown pelicans' wings.
Oh, jeez.
And I'm saying whoever is doing this, if you catch them, you should break their wings.
Yeah.
As a start.
That's future serial killer stuff there.
Yeah.
What a horrible thing to do. And I don't know if these birds can be rehabbed after their wings have been broken, but that's just terrible. But you see why I didn't put it in the boner candidates.
Mm-hmm.
All of Utah may be moved into the most extreme fire restriction category. 2 counties have been moved into the highest level of fire restriction in the state, but state officials say they're considering moving everything in the state into Stage 2 fire restrictions. It is.
But let's
just,
not ban fireworks. We can't do that.
Now, I tried to find out, Gina. You'd made a comment that maybe some legislator had an interest in a fireworks company. I couldn't find any evidence of that.
I thought I heard that, but
I think it's more they know they should do it, but they're not going to do it because that would be unpopular.
Yeah, they're so.
Because my freedoms.
Yeah. I'm going to go camping, and I'm going to shoot off some fireworks if I want to. Okay?
It's easier. It's not even camping. It's anywhere.
Well, I know that. But that's the worst.
Yeah, but
people go to campsites and do it.
There are foothills all over that, where it would not take much for a spark to set the whole mountainside on fire.
There's the House Speaker, Brad Wilson, says no fire. We're not going to have a special session to discuss a fireworks ban. Not going to happen.
Because it's easier from a position of power to say, you guys just do the right thing. And then when the fire happens, well, clearly you didn't do the right thing.
Yeah.
Instead of you guys helping to do the right thing.
And we'll discuss in a special session, critical race theory and transgender kids in sports. Those are problems that need to be addressed immediately. But this fire danger and fireworks thing, no, we're not going to look at that.
Also, they don't think they want to take away the power of mayors to ban, to do the masks, the mask mandates. But this they don't want to do.
With summer heat hitting, the cool waters of Utah's lakes and reservoirs are very appealing for swimmers. But 4 drownings in 4 days is, again, people need to think about what they're doing. Life jackets. I understand, your kid wants to get in the water. Not without a life jacket. Don't do. I won't even get in a lake without a life jacket. Because I know what kind of a swimmer I am. I swim kind of like a boulder or a big rock of some sort. It's just like, boom, I sink to the bottom. I'm a terrible swimmer. So officials are just urging people, please be careful out there. Gina, I don't think you had this in the sports. Did you have the Harriman High Mustangs?
No, what happened with them?
They won a national rugby title.
Cool.
The Harriman Mustangs rugby team brought home impressive hardware this past weekend. The Mustangs returned home as national champions after having won the national rugby title in Kansas City, Missouri. Harriman beat out the number 2 ranked St. Ignatius, and they are very good. From Cleveland, Ohio, by a score of 21-14. Let's see. Canada's going to lift border restrictions. I would advise against it. Don't do it. But they're going to lift border restrictions. They say on July 5th. Make it easier to get into Canada. Please. If you're smart, Canada,
you're better off without us.
Yeah. And
we can't be trusted.
No, we can't.
And there's a new book about the Trump administration, about the weird things that went on with coronavirus. Don't we have an island that we own? The president reportedly asked. Can we put people with COVID at Guantanamo? Can we do that? No, you can't do that. But now that Trump is out of office, he's doing important things, like the Trump Organization is now suing New York City for wrongful termination of contracts. The city has no right to terminate our contract.
For the golf course?
I think it's the ice rink. I'm not sure which facility it is. I'm sure it says here in a second. But they're suing. Yeah, they're going to sue New York City. And then finally, this story quickly: a giant brown bear has been shot dead after it ate a teenage boy.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and savaged tourists who stabbed the beast many times before someone finally shot it dead near a campsite. This is a really big bear, and there are lots of photos of the dead bear. This is in where was it? Someplace, not
Bear
here
Country.
in Utah.
It was in Bear Country.
It was, I'm sorry, Gina. It might have been in Glacier. So
great.
Yeah, which I know is where you're going.
Mm-hmm.
No, this was in. Oh, this is in like Nepal or India.
Oh, that's far away. That's
yeah.
all right.
Because the boy had been working as a Sherpa when he was attacked and killed at around 11 a.m., and apparently the bear kind of ate him.
All right.
All right.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, Utah Jazz guard Donovan Mitchell not going to be going to the Olympics. This is not a surprise. He barely made it through as many playoff games as they did with his injury. He needs to rest up and heal up, and the Olympics is not part of it. Now, you can see Jazz players in the Olympics because we've got Rudy Gobert playing for France and Joe Ingles playing for Australia. And I thought we had one other international player that was going to be in the Olympics. So you'll be able to see some Jazz players playing in the Olympics, just not Donovan Mitchell. Weather. So today we'll have another 100-degree day, and the air quality is just terrible. So limit your driving today if you can to help out with that. Might have a slight chance of some scattered thunderstorms starting Wednesday into Thursday. Not a lot of precipitation we'd see out of that because when it's this hot, it just sort of evaporates before it gets to the ground. But there could be some lightning involved with that. Maybe up in the mountains, maybe a little bit of accumulation, but not a great chance. It's just the first time we've maybe had a little something, so it's worth mentioning. It will cool off a little bit though. 88 for a high on Thursday. Traffic, we've got a crash northbound I-15, 81st South in Midvale. It's off to the left shoulder. We have a crash northbound I-15, milepost 299. That's the I-215 junction in Murray. That is also off to the left shoulder. And what are you seeing out there? You can always text us, only if it's safe for you to do so, though. Please, 33986. Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
That bear story, though, came from Russia, a place called Ergaki, which is known as the Yosemite of Russia.
All right.
Here's Boner candidate number 3. They were good neighbors until this happened. Mike Ferrari and Bob Plomansky have lived in Eastland Cove, a small suburban development north of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for about 10 years. We call it our little oasis, Mr. Ferrari said. Over the years, he said, the couple have flown various flags outside of their home in Oakland Park, including flags for political candidates, the March for Our Lives flag and the Pride flag. No one had ever complained, he said, until this month, when the couple hung a small rainbow flag from their mailbox to celebrate Pride Month. A few days later, on June 8th, Mr. Ferrari said, the couple received a notice from the Eastland Cove Homeowners Association warning that they could be fined if that flag was not removed. Homeowners can display only the flags of the United States, the state of Florida, or the branches of the armed forces, or the POWMIA flag, according to a copy of the Homeowners Association notice. The couple could face a fine of up to $50 and a daily fine of $10 if they do not comply within 30 days. Bob Broso, president of the board of the Eastland Cove Homeowners Association, said somebody complained to the board about the rainbow flag, and it left us no choice as the board to enforce its rule against flying flags. So apparently they've overlooked it in the past.
Yeah.
But now
selective enforcement. Yeah.
Some dick.
I wonder why.
Some dick has complained about the rainbow flag. Listen, these people were good neighbors until this happened. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. You say you have members of color, huh? Well, why don't you name one? Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse is under fire for his membership at an all-white Rhode Island club. His wife sits on the board of directors of that club, by the way. Boner candidate to number 2. Listen, I hope he gets some additional training. An Ohio man is going to be okay after he accidentally shot himself in the face at the gun range. The sheriff says he needs a little more training, I think. And boner candidate number 3, they were good neighbors until this happened.
Okay, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It secures it a spot in Boner Dome, and it will go up against the winner of Round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, you need to send one of these 3 forward from this Round 2. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. Miriam will take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting June 22, 2021, and vote there. Only have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is Round 2.
The music starts when Radio from Hell ends. A 1-hour non-stop music wingding starts at 10 a.m. X90.
So, I've been thinking about something as I've been on this trek. This has really been kind of the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Walking along, and I mean, this is a staggeringly beautiful country. The vistas are almost indescribable. You see, we had a very good view of Mount Everest, Sagarmatha, today, and it looks tiny down at the end of the Khumbu Valley. It looks very small because we're walking past mountains that we're very close to mountains that are huge, like Ama Dablam, which Dean has summited. How high is Ama Dablam? A little over 23,000 feet. That's, of course, Dean Cardinal. So we pass mountains like that, and they make Everest look small. 5.5 hours today on the trail, very difficult, and I've had a lot of time to think. And the other day, something just popped into my head when we were trekking around, and I thought, when we get to the monastery, I'm going to cut all my hair off. It's not I talked to my wife, and she said, why are you going to do that? And I said, well, I don't know, it just popped into my mind, and I'm kind of tired of dealing with it on the trail. My hair is always soaking wet from sweat, and she said, is it a spiritual thing? And I said, well, maybe kind of it is. It is kind of. It's a humility thing, and I feel very humbled by this experience, by what I'm doing here. It's very difficult. I see people around me carrying 200 pounds on their back, and I can barely make it up the hill with 8 pounds on my back. And Geljan Sherpa says, Bill, can I take some? Let me carry your water. I am humbled by this experience, and now don't get me wrong. I'm not going to come back and be all weird and religious or anything like that. But it is a humbling experience, and I'm going to go to the monastery here at Tengboche tomorrow sometime, and I guess one of the monks will shave my head, and you'll hear about it on the radio. That's it for now from Tengboche, and namaste, everyone. Namaste.
Okay, 8:49. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a lovely salad with fresh garden peas.
Nice.
And find your match at Strong Volkswagen, where the down payment matches the monthly payment, plus all new 2021 SUVs have 0% financing. Visit strongvw.com for details.
We had boner candidate number 1. You say you have members of color here at the club, huh? Name one. Senator Whitehouse, a Democrat from Rhode Island. He is a membership in this club, which is reportedly an all-white club. He claims it doesn't have any restrictive policies. He promised to step down from that club, though, some time ago, and he hasn't done that. And when asked about that, he said, I've got to go, and left the room.
Oops, look at the time.
See you later. Boner candidate number 2 was, I hope he gets some additional training. The Ohio man who accidentally shot himself in the face at the gun range. And boner candidate number 3, they were good neighbors until this happened. Yes, lived there 10 years. This nice middle-aged couple of men who have been together for a long time. They just look like, nice guys, and they put a rainbow flag up.
A tiny one. It's not even a big one.
No, it's not. And they have flown other pride flags and things in the past. But apparently there's a new neighbor who just doesn't care for that sort of thing. And, so there was a complaint. Susan won the tote bag, and it was a fight between number 1 and number 3, but ultimately winning boner candidate number 3. Well, they were good neighbors until this happened.
That's your boner winner for round 2. Goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. Tune in at 9:20, and you will find out who boner of the day is. Well, you'll help decide with your vote. Go ahead and hit that, Katie, would you?
The following is a sponsored feature.
Mark is on the phone.
Yeah, Mark from the Advocates, and Mark Stewart. And Mark, Katie said, Mark wants to talk about PIP. Okay, I don't know what that is, Mark. What is that? What's PIP?
Yeah, hey, I thought it would be a good topic. It's an interesting, cool thing, actually, that Utah law requires all insurance policies to have. Mm-hmm. And what it is, PIP stands for Personal Injury Protection Coverage. Mm-hmm. And so all auto policies in Utah have to pay at least $3,000 to any medical bills that anyone incurs as a result of an auto accident. So if you're in an accident, if it's your fault or not your fault, your own auto insurance is going to cover at least $3,000 of your medical bills. Mm-hmm. And the purpose of it is to help encourage people to go and get treatment, because what would happen is a lot of people would get in accidents, and let's say they didn't have health insurance, mm-hmm. and they would hurt and be injured, but they wouldn't want to go get treatment because they didn't want to be responsible or they were scared about incurring medical bills. So it's a nice thing that's there, and so we thought it would be good just to remind people that if they're in an accident, they do have at least $3,000 of essentially free coverage that they can go use.
How do they access that?
So you actually just give it to whatever medical provider you go to. You would just provide them with your insurance, your auto insurance information, and they would bill it just like they do your health insurance.
$3,000, though, is kind of a drop in the bucket for a lot of things, right?
Yeah, and that's why if you're in an accident that's not your fault, we would encourage you to call us, because that's what we would be doing, is then making sure that the other driver's auto insurance covers all of your medical bills.
But, to go back to Gina's question, a lot of people still probably, though, they don't know that they should take their auto insurance policy to the medical facility. They don't think about doing that. Does it kick in automatically in any way, or do they have to take the policy in?
So they'd have to provide that information to the provider. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, it's actually primary. So if you're in an auto accident and you were to go into your primary care doctor to get looked at, mm-hmm. and you tried to use your health insurance, if your health insurance, as soon as they found out that you went in as a result of an auto accident, they'll deny coverage.
I see.
So they would kick the bill back to your provider and say, hey, this needs to be billed through auto insurance.
I see. So it will get done. But there's a lot of times there are way more things going on than just $3,000 worth of medical coverage, and that's where the advocates come in, I would assume.
That's right. And you can, with your insurance agent, you can purchase more PIP coverage. $3,000 is the minimum, so any policy in Utah has to have that amount. But you can purchase 10, 20. You can go up to $100,000 in PIP if you want to, that you can pay as part of your just auto premium every month. But everybody at least has $3,000. So the nice thing about it, too, is...
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Oh, I was just going to say the nice thing about it, too, is it doesn't have to be an auto accident. So if you were working on your car, let's say you're in your driveway and you're doing something, you're working on your car and you get injured while you're working on your car, you can use that PIP for those medical bills, because what the law says is anything related to the car, either for maintenance or operation of the car, then that PIP policy kicks in.
What if I'm at the car wash and I'm vacuuming my car out?
And you maybe suck your finger or do something like that. Yeah, you could possibly make a claim for that, because like I said, it's anything involving maintenance or operation of the vehicle.
Of course, I change my oil at least every 6 months, and I got the car out, and I'm underneath the car all the time, so no, I don't do that. Mark, the advocate's always there to help if you've been hurt in an accident. And I don't have the number right in front of me.
801-355-5550, or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
There you go, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call now if you've been in an accident. We're going to hang up with Mark, and he'll take your call right now. Thanks,
bet.
Mark. Thank you,
Mark.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Well, I don't think anybody's been in an accident, because I don't see any. So Mark's going to not have a lot of work to do today, I guess.
We'll just call him and say hi.
Here's one that just came through. Darn it. Crash southbound I-15, milepost 330. This is just south of Layton Parkway in Davis County. It is off to the right shoulder. So we did have a little bit of traffic. If you have something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. We got Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up after these. Boner fight is on the way. A reasonable amount of news. 3, 2, 1. Hoops Vision Correction. HOOPES Vision.com.
If you're not afraid to let your dad see you, how you really look without his glasses or his contact lenses, a great Father's Day deal from Hoops Vision and the LASIK procedure. And I guess that's going to go on at least through the end of the month. And so it's $1,400 off LASIK, and that's unheard of.
It's an incredible deal. And, I have one regret about my vision correction at Hoops. I didn't do it sooner.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have went sooner.
Yeah. So it's their Dads Only LASIK special, available to awesome dads only. So make sure it's an awesome dad that goes and calls for the appointment. Make your free, no-obligation appointment right now at Hoops Vision. Call 877-30-LASIK, LASIK. That's 877-30-LASIK, or go to the website, hoopsvision.com.
CART. Spell it with me now. C-A-R-T. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Come join the boys now as they drive the highways and byways of our great city, Salt Lake. LeGrand is driving. His friend LeVar is an unwilling passenger. Again, the Utah word is cart. Listen, Mr. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr., I appreciate you driving me to my appointment and all, but you're scaring me to death with the way you're handling this automobile. I think we may die before we get there.
I've been driving this Reliant K car without so much as a fender bender for 8 years now, Lamar. I don't think you have no room to talk about how I drive. Watch out where you're going, you flipping fool!
There, you see, LeGrand, that's just what I mean right there. You cut in front of that guy there, almost rammed into him, and then you honk and yell. It was your fault.
The gall-danged mother flipper saw me signal and just wouldn't move out in the way. He should have moved out in the way.
Look, why don't you just pull over and let me behind the wheel of the K before you give us both ulcers?
Because you haven't a driver's license at this particular junction of time and space. You cannot legally drive. That's why we're driving to the traffic cart, to meet your liar. I have my doubts whether you will get it back, though. You run over a person in a pedestrian crosswalk. Well, the cart isn't going to look on that very favorably.
First off, I didn't run over nobody. I just knocked the guy down. Hell, he jumped right back up, started yelling bloody murder at me, and then it was me that was the one who calmed him down and helped him find most of his teeth. And second off, I fired my liar. He said the best he could do was keep me out of the state pen and in the county log. He weren't no help at all. So I will represent myself in court.
Well, you know what they say, LeVar. A man who serves as his own liar in court has a dipstick for a client.
Oh, come on now. Whoever said that?
Smartest liar ever.
Who, F.G. Bailey? Or that Melvin Belly? Maybe it was that Lehigh McKenzie from L.A. Law.
Nope. The smartest liar ever was Perry Mason. Never lost a case in court.
He was good. Hey, did you ever look at his secretary, that Deli Street, and have impure thoughts?
Yeah, when I was a kid. When I confessed to my church leaders, I was afraid they'd haul me into the bishop's cart.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
Oh, because it's
Tuesday turns with
Katie.
There we go. That worked out well.
Yeah, I guess Todd is out.
Yeah.
He's having some dental work done today.
Dental issue?
Yeah.
But now, did he select this song or did you, Katie?
He selected this song. He had it set for me, and so I just had to talk about it. And I talk about this on my own time during my personal show. So
when is that, Katie? When do people
that
hear
happens on weekends. There's Fridays from midnight to 5 a.m. or Sundays from 3 to 7 p.m.
Okay.
So we're gonna listen to some Dreamers today because I like these guys. They dropped a new album on March 5th of this year.
Anybody hurt?
No. It's called Palm Reader, and that is the exact song we're going to be listening to.
Okay. All right.
Is that all we need to know about it?
I think so, unless you really want to know who it's featuring with Upsahl and Big Boy.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, then. Here we go. Brand new song from Dreamers from the album of the same name. This is Palm Reader. Tuesday Tunes with Todd, X96.
Al. Spell it with me now. A-L. Al. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with our friends LeVar and LeGrand. Today, the boys are out in the woods hunting with their California friend, Chip. A conversation ensues.
Hey, nice of you guys to bring me on the deer hunt. I've never had a chance to do this.
Never been hunting before, huh, Chip? Well, why am I not surprised? You'll notice that the rest of us, Chip, are wearing a highly visible flame orange attire. Now, while very colorful and attractive, your Hawaiian shirt ain't what I'd call appropriate.
It's kind of like hunting with Magnum P.I. You ever been in the great outdoors at all, Mr. Selleck?
I've been to the Grunion Run in Long Beach.
Well, we're not talking about sissy boys in their running shorts here, Chip. We're talking about hunting, fishing, manly sports.
Yeah, manly sports. Hunting, fishing.
I free climbed Half Dome at Yosemite last summer.
Oh, fine. You climbed up some rocks at some Bugs Bunny theme park or something. You ever bagged a 4 point? You ever bagged it and tagged it and gutted it in a blinding snowstorm?
With a real bad earache and a wooden leg?
You don't have a wooden leg.
Well, with a bad earache and while you're half drunk.
LeVar, have you been drinking? I've told you I do not approve of drinking, and certainly not drinking while we're on the hunt.
Of course, you know why he's upset, don't you, Chip? It's the old story, why you should always take more than one of the elders like LeGrand here hunting with you. Because if you only take one, he'll drink all your beer.
Real funny, LeVar.
I don't get it.
Well, Chip, you see...
What's that?
What?
That?
Oh, Al.
That can't be Al. Al's back at camp.
Sure, it ain't the camp Al. I'll bet it's a different Al.
What? How could there be another Al? Especially way out here in the woods.
Well, the camp owl was probably a born owl. Now this one sounds like a horned owl.
And now I know that joke about all you Utahns have horns. Al has horns.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know. These fetching Californians seem to have their own language, you know?
It's really fun to play.
Yeah. Is that Dreamers
that's-
with a Z?
No, it's an S.
No, just an S.
Yeah, that's definitely a hit. That's one we're going to be hearing for quite some time, and I look forward to seeing them perform that on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Sure it'll happen.
Yeah, it's Dreamers, Palm Reader. That's nice. I like that.
They played one of our shows before. Remember when we had shows?
Mhm.
Shows are happening again. Lots
Shows
of
are
them,
coming
actually.
back, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
All right, so anyway, well, that was a good choice, Todd, Katie.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I approved of the choice,
Todd.
so.
All right. So thank you. It's go ahead.
Tuesday turns with Todd.
Katie.
On X96, ran from hell.
I love it.
Excellent choice. That's a good. That's really good. I like that one. All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We will be back with a reasonable amount of news. Also, Boner Fight is on the way. And speaking of shows, we're going to talk about shows coming up. Stand by for that. Zero Res.
The fine people at Zero Res will get your house clean. Your carpet, your upholstery, and your tile. Right, Gina?
I've had them do all of that, and now's the time to call and have them do all of that. $33 per room of carpet plus 50% off upholstery cleaning. We've all been spending more time on our couches these days, and they need to be cleaned too. Zero Res does a great job with that. And that same technology they use cleaning your carpet, that there's no residue and it dries faster. You want that for your upholstery too.
Yeah, and boy, my couch is just ugh. So what you need to do is call Zero Res and make your reservation. $33 per room for carpet cleaning. Minimums apply, no maximums. Get 50% off upholstery. And the phone number is 801-2880. That's 288-9376. Or you can go to ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com.
Lair. Spell it with me now. L-A-I-R. Lair. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two good Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. LeGrand is planning a wedding for one of his many daughters. LeVar has come over to LeGrand's house to borrow a cup of sugar when this conversation ensues.
LeGrand? LeGrand, where are you? Can I come in? Yep. Back here in the kitchen, LeVar. Come on back.
What in heaven's name are you doing, LeGrand?
Well, as you know, LeVar, my little girl, Tabiona, is getting married this weekend.
Right.
Well, I'm putting on a wedding, and it ain't easy or inexpensive for that matter. I'm saving myself some money by making the wedding cake myself.
You can make the cake cheaper than the ones you can get at Horman's? You know, the ones that come with the plastic balloons or rainbows on them?
Oh, yeah. And I can make a bigger wedding cake, too, for half the price. I found a recipe here in my old copy of the Ensign. How to make a big wedding cake for cheap. Look here at the picture. It's a 7-layer cake.
Boy, howdy, that is a beaut. How many layers is it?
7.
7?
1 more than 6, 1 less than 8. 7 layers.
Looks yummy. Hey, what's in each layer?
Sugar and Lord.
Good Lord, LeGrand. That ain't 7 layers, that's only 2.
Listen up, LeVar. I mix some Lord with some sugar to make the Lord sweet. I put that between each one of the cake layers to sort of glue them together, and then I cover the whole thing, all 7 layers, with another huge glop of Lord mixed with sugar, except that's dyed pink. Hence, a 7-layer.
Oh. Well, what's the decoration you put on that then? Like candy hearts or them little silver BBs or anything like that?
No, but we got an old Barbie and Ken doll dressed up in wedding clothes. One of the little kids is making a cute gazebo-type thing out of Play-Doh. We're putting that on the top layer. It's going to look like a real wedding cake.
Oh. Hey, who's your little girl marrying, anywho? What's his line of work?
Well, he's a nice young man from Magna named Laron. He's a bricklayer.
Okay, 9:19 right now. We do have Boner Fight coming up in about 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of buy.
Don't miss the 123 sales event at Young Automotive Group. Get 1 year of gas from Maverick, 2.74% interest rate, and 3 months no payments on your vehicle purchase June 24th through the 28th. Terms apply.
Well, maybe sometime before the end of the show we could get to the 17 things that people are secretly judging you about.
Oh,
I need to know.
Or maybe the 10 things that you shouldn't have in your home after the age of 30. Maybe.
I need to know all of these things. Why are we not getting right to them?
But I will tell you that Wolfgang Van Halen says, having the last name Van Halen, it opens some doors, certainly, but it doesn't keep them open. In a new interview with Brazil 89 Radio Rock, Wolfgang Van Halen was asked if having a famous last name has been a blessing or a curse in terms of helping him establish himself as a solo artist in the music industry, and he responded, well, I think it's a bit of both. While the last name may conveniently open the doors, it doesn't keep them open. So I think that as long as you have the goods, that's what you carry further. So I guess that's yet to be seen. So we'll have to see. Only time will tell, I guess, he said. I know having the last name Allred, getting the last name Allred as
How many doors does that
open? It opened up a lot of doors if I wanted to be a polygamist.
Allred, right this
you
way.
bet. Come on in. But other than that,
it's already on your business card. There it is.
Yeah, didn't really.
You really
open
got
any.
me.
No.
Eruption.
No.
That's just showing off. Liz Cheney, this is terrible. I think we might have mentioned this before, but for some reason it was in the news again. She went against the grain. She went against the Republican Party, and and she's had to hire security, extra security. Yep. She's had death threats.
That's how the GOP gets things done now. They threaten you, or have
threats.
their minions threaten you.
She is her campaign has spent $58,000 on extra security from January to March. That's just awful.
I mean, there's a big article last week about how people who work in the voting situation, volunteers who help you with your, the little old ladies and all the people that help, they're quitting because they're getting death threats from.
And they can't
Trumpkins.
get people to fill the positions because people are scared to do it. That's where we are.
In interviews with USA Today, Will Charles, 3 men with ties to the Wisconsin chapter of the Proud Boys, confessed that they expected something more along the lines of a drinking club when they joined up, only to find out that the organization was riddled with racism,
no kidding,
homophobia, and some members of the group glorifying murder and rape. And so they said, well, we'll stay. That's okay. No, according to a 40-year-old Army veteran, Daniel Barry, a friend of Wisconsin VFW, the Wisconsin VFW recommended the Proud Boys to him by pointing out the group was vocal in its support of then-President Trump, whom Barry had voted for. They called themselves Western chauvinists, and they said they welcome true men.
What is a true man?
Yeah.
Well, if you wimps have to ask, you'll never know.
No, I mean, just hearing that, does that sound like something you want to be a part of, really?
A true man?
Western chauvinism?
Take a gander right here, okay?
A true man?
Chauvinism?
Really?
True men?
Yeah, you bet. There are plenty of people who want that, apparently.
What are they proud of?
Yeah, well, you got me. Allred only opened doors into polygamy. That's all I know. So American Airlines has had to cut flights, and because they can't. It's because they don't have enough people to work for them.
Where is everybody? Every industry's having trouble
Yeah.
with staffing. Where is everybody?
I thought they were coming here to take our jobs.
Where open the borders.
Open the border.
Because none of you apparently want to work.
Open the borders. You'll find a lot of flight attendants there.
Sure.
You'll find a whole gaggle of pilots that are just dying to work. People. They can't find enough. American Airlines is a huge airline company.
I think it's the biggest airline.
I think so.
We always think of Delta because that's the hub here, but American's a bigger airline.
In America, so they're having to cut flights and things like that because they don't have enough staffing. And they've cut a lot of flights to here because they don't like walking from the terminal to the here in the new airport. Apparently,
I know. I was bemoaning yesterday that I haven't been anywhere. I haven't. You know, I know a lot of people that have started traveling and doing things, and they all tell me the same thing. Don't be jealous of not having been to the Salt Lake Airport yet, because it's.
If it's that bad, why don't they do something about it?
Well, because they're not done building it. It's when the rest of the terminals are done, apparently it will all make sense. But the way it's laid out right now, you have to walk around things that someday you won't. But it's years away from being done. So,
let's see. Amazon. Says it's Amazon's open secret. In this article in the New York Times, Amazon has finally acknowledged.
Yep.
That it has a problem with bogus reviews.
That's the problem with Amazon.
The trouble is that Amazon pointed blame at almost everyone involved in untrustworthy ratings and not nearly enough at the company itself. Amazon criticized Facebook, but it didn't recognize that the two companies share an underlying problem that risks eroding people's confidence in their services and inability to effectively police their sprawling websites. I don't ever really pay much attention to the reviews, and I never, when I buy something off Amazon, which is not very often, but occasionally, and they say, "Would you please review our service?" and please, I don't ever do it.
Yeah, me neither.
Because I think I've already paid the money. Why are you making me work more? I don't get that. You want me to do this for free or something? But apparently the reviews are absolutely untrustworthy on Amazon and probably Facebook too. Now, one other quick story here. I guess this is all the rage right now. For centuries, pointy elf ears were viewed by many as an undesirable beauty flaw. If you had pointy ears, it was thought to be not very attractive. Well, now that's changing, and particularly in China, many women are getting dangerous plastic surgery to have elf
on
ears.
purpose.
Yeah,
really.
Most, though, are not striving to look like Tolkien's Legolas or J.K. Rowling's Dobby. These beauty seekers claim that by enlarging their ears, their faces look slimmer and thus more attractive. The results are very obvious, said Song Yao, a clothing store owner from Hangzhou who underwent the surgery. You can see my ears from the front, and overall, it makes me look more energetic.
Energetic?
Yeah. There is some, I heard another story, too, about in China, the notion of having surgery to alter your appearance is pretty common, and they want to make themselves look more like MAGA characters.
Manga, not MAGA. That's different.
Oh, sorry.
That's very different.
Manga characters. That's right. Yeah.
You just have to start eating a lot of ribs if you want to look like a MAGA character.
Yeah. The manga, the big wide eyes and all of that. They try to make. There are a lot of people in China who try to make themselves look like that. All right, that's it.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Here we go. The winner from round one, way back in the 7 o'clock hour. I've been asleep since then, so I'm not sure exactly. It was the worst kept secret in Tallahassee. Matt Gates sex competition. They had when he was a member of the Florida legislature, they had a game based on how many people they could sleep with. There were points awarded. There was even one woman apparently who was ultra conservative woman, and if you could sleep with that woman and prove it, you won the game outright. And these Florida legislators, they were all going along with this and thought it was funny, and yeah. So it was the worst kept secret in Tallahassee. Going up against number 2, well, they were good neighbors until this happened. They put this little tiny rainbow flag under their mailbox. Can you believe it? It's this nice-looking middle-aged couple. These two guys. They live in this subdivision or housing area in Florida. They just put a little pride flag there, and somebody complained, and now they're getting fined. That's number 2.
There we go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst. Which one should be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. Miriam will take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight June 22, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away when you get to the website, so once the page loads, refresh your internet browser, and it should appear. You have only until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. Boner of the Day.
Well, thanks, Ben. Today's word is krenz. Spell it with me now. K-R-E-N-Z, krenz. And now we'll use it in some dialogue starring as LeVar and LeGrand, our two lovable Utah boys. Let's join them now as they eat burgers and watch kids playing at the McDonald's Playland. Again, the word is krenz.
Woo-hoo! Sure is fun to watch them little ones in the ball crawl, ain't it, LeVar?
Sure is. Makes me wish I was a little tyke once again. We didn't have no ball crawls when I was a spud.
Oh, I know. Best we could do was use the rolled-up socks from our sock drawer. Used to throw 'em in a kiddie pool and then crawl around in 'em.
I remember.
How's your burger?
Well, pretty good. How about your chicken noogies?
Oh, tasty. Pretty smart way you figured out we could get these Happy Meals. They don't like us adults to order them for ourselves.
Damn betcha. Just tell them that your kids have gone over to the Playland and you're ordering up for them. You know, them high school kids that work behind the counter don't give no rat's butt about it anyhow. They just serve them up.
You know, I think this is the best deal, too, because the Happy Meals always got surprise in them. A couple of months ago, I got a Catwoman core in mine.
Yeah, I was trying to collect all them Jurassic Park Happy Meal stuff. I didn't get the sick Triceratops, and I missed the Alan Grant figurine, too. That was when I was in court on that DUI.
I told you to quit drinking. Oh, hey, looky here in my Happy Meal. It's a McDonald's Land coloring book devoted to the adventures of Mayor McCheese. Ooh, boy, this coloring book even comes with a little box of crayons.
Oh, this is a box of crayons? I thought these was candies. Crap, I've been eating crayons. You know what, they ain't too bad. Hey, can I die from eating these crayons?
Well, in USA Today, there was a story the other day about how some crayons made in China is full of lead or some kind of radioactive material. I don't remember which. But if it's lead, I know that can cause brain damage.
Well, I hope there ain't no lead in these crayons. I hope they got some radioactive stuff in them instead. Then maybe I won't have to have this tumor operated on. Hey, you gonna eat your crayons?
Help yourself.
Okay, 9:38. Let's award Boner of the Day.
Brought to you in part by a lovely onion tart, and or maybe it's a galette, I don't know, and a nice salad.
Okay.
And the Kilby Block Party, which we'll be learning more about shortly.
Okay.
So it was a slaughter, sort of. Yeah, it was. It was a slaughter, I would say. A lot of voting, and Boner candidate number 2, the couple who put up the pride flag, that got a fair amount of votes, but it just was no match for the worst kept secret in Tallahassee, Matt Gaetz and his slimy sex game in the Florida State Legislature, and his sliminess in general. Wins Boner of the Day.
That's your Boner of the Day for today, the 22nd. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. All right, let's go ahead and hit that,
The
Katie.
following is a sponsored feature.
Let's get Will on the phone. Hello, Will.
Will, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing okay. Kilby Court of having this big block party, and it's not at Kilby Court, is it?
Well, it's partly at Kilby Court. So we take the alley from Kilby all the way to 7th South, and then we go from about 330 West all the way down to 5th West. So it is a true block party.
No kidding. What do you fill? What do you fill in that with? I know there's music, but what else we got going on?
Yeah, so we've got a full lineup of music all day. We've got art installations. We have a Kilby remembrance wall where we have all the past shows that we've done over the past 21, 22 years.
Wow.
With a large gap over the last year, not much, but
yeah.
Yeah.
You've got some of our favorite artists coming to town. Young the Giant is the big headliner, but you've also got Built to Spill and our friends IDK Howe are playing. And you've got and Sammy Brew is on the. You've got all of our Radio from Hell friends as part of the. That's just to name a few, though. There's a lot more than that.
Name a few others, Will.
We have Floor, Mates of State, Ron Gallo, Becca Mancari, The Moth. Lots of young bands that are playing the Spy Hop stage. Kipper Snack, Blue Rain Boots. So part of our mission with this event is we donate part of the proceeds to Spy Hop, which is a local youth empowerment organization. Do you know that?
Sure, yeah. I was on their board of directors a long time ago. But.
Well, you know it then.
I do, yeah. It's a good organization. And they have that new building.
Oh, yeah.
Right. They have that new building, so we got to make some money to help them out.
Yeah.
Now, this is an all-ages show, but there is going to be a beer available, yes?
Yes. So we do have a permit that allows us to have beer all throughout. So we have family-friendly stuff, but the adults can have an adult beverage. It's really a good time. It's really fun and just a really, really fun day. It starts at 1 o'clock and it goes until 10 o'clock, so it's a nice all-day thing.
And what day is it, Will?
It's October 2nd.
October 2nd. And is there a place that people can go right now and see the lineup and maybe even purchase tickets in advance? Or?
Yeah, I think the easiest place to go is 24tix.com and just find the show. It'll be featured on the top of the page.
Just look for Kilby Court Block Party or Kilby Court or whatever, and it should come up.
The Kilby Block Party. Right.
Okay, Kilby Block Party. It's going to be big, October 2nd. Hopefully the weather will be cool in October.
October 2nd, maybe?
No rain? That'd be good.
Fingers
no
crossed.
rain is, but I mean, if you just be nice and cool and maybe a light jacket as the evening wears on.
Yeah.
I like
All right.
it. I like it.
Yeah.
So it's 24 Tix, 24, the number 2, the number 4, 24tix, TIX.com. That's where you got to get the tickets for that.
All
And
right.
this sounds like a good time. I think we'll have to be there October 2nd at the Granary District.
A lot of food and beer and lots of bands that you probably never heard before, but they're up and coming. And then, of course, Young the Giant is
Yeah.
Kind of the big boys coming to this.
Yeah, and all of the bands playing the main stage have played Kilby in the past at some point in their career, which is really, really fun for us. That's something that we try to do. We can't always get everyone, but it just so happened that every single band, including Young the Giant, Built to Spill, Eddie K. Howe, they've all played Kilby at least once. So
Nice.
That's great. That's great.
Will,
Well,
thank you very
thank
much.
you, Will.
And
thanks for having me on.
Yeah, and we'll keep promoting the show, and it should be a big deal October 2nd.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Will. All right, we will take a break. We will be back to. Do you have that things that people are saying about you list, or what is it?
I got one list. I got some list coming up. Yeah.
Okay, get that one ready. I'm curious about that one.
That one, huh?
Coming up,
Okay.
yeah. All right, we'll take a break, and we will be back with that. 3, 2, 1. UtahAdvocates.com. That is the website. You can go there and get a lawyer's opinion for free about your case. You can do it by phone 24/7, or you can use their chat feature on their website if you want to be a little more anonymous.
You know where else you can go? The advocates are on social media.
Yeah.
Facebook and Instagram. They've got helpful information about accidents on both of those places, and they're giving away a prize if you follow them on social media.
Oh, that's cool. So the advocates, if you've been hurt in an accident and you are unsure about what you ought to do, well, get the advice of personal injury attorneys, the advocates. They will advocate for you. They can probably determine right on the phone if you have a case, and if they take it, they don't charge anything unless they get you a settlement. So give them a call, the advocates, 801-355-5550, or you can go to their website, as Carrie mentioned earlier, UtahAdvocates.com.
Line. Spell it with me now. Line. And we'll use it now in some dialogue featuring our good friends LeVar and LeGrand. Imagine, if you will, the boys have gotten together for lunch at the High Spot Cafe. The word is line.
Well, this is good postum here to the High Spot, LeVar.
Look, the words good and postum never go together, LeGrand. Now, the coffee here is mighty fine, but don't tell me there's any difference in any postum you get anywhere. It's all horse pee.
Well, I like it. And that actor guy sure must have gotten rich off on us Utahns when he invented this caffeine-free beverage. Yeah, that Tom Postum has always been funny on the Newhart shows, and he's made a great all-weather beverage, too.
Whoa. Whoa. Now this song sure brings back the memories. I didn't know they had Madonna music on the jukebox here.
Well, why does it bring back memories for you, LeVar? Do you remember what you was doing the first time you heard the song?
Heard it? Hell, I helped Madonna write it.
Uh-huh. And I had tea with the Queen of England the other day.
I ain't lying, LeGrand. Me and Madonna had kind of a thing for a couple of months back in '87. I guess you could say Madonna was my girlfriend.
Do tell.
If I'm lying, I'm dying, LeGrand. Yep. Miss Chacon and me, that's a real name, you know, was sitting in the breakfast nook one morning after a night of truth or dare, if you know what I mean. So anyway, the phone rings. Madonna answers it and says, "Hey, LeVar, honey, the phone's for you." I said, "Who's that girl?" And the rest is history.
You're lying, LeVar. You're lying through your tobacco-stained teeth.
If I'm lying, then what do you call this?
Yep. It's a picture of you and Madonna sitting in a breakfast nook.
Yep.
Why, looky there. You got matching pajamas with little horses on them.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying at all. That's really her.
Yep. She'll always be my material girl.
Well, what happened? Why did you break up?
I dumped her.
Why in the heck did you do that?
Well, did I ever tell you about me and Tori Spelling?
All right, 9:51.
Well,
huh?
I do have I have lists here, and
Yeah.
people like lists.
Yes.
I might go so far as to say people love lists. Now, there was this one that sparked some kind of interest, but as I look at it, it's 17 things that people are secretly judging you for. And as I look at it, nah, it's just not.
But I don't want to be judged.
Too late. It's you're on the radio, okay?
Oh.
So that one's not really very, very good. But here's any one of these others would be good.
Okay.
Is it worth a little jingle?
Shall we?
Is it?
All right.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now there's I could do 10 things that you shouldn't have in your home after the age of 30.
Okay.
That's pretty good, and it's quick. I could do 20 perfect pickup lines for dog lovers. It's not bad. And I think those are the only. Oh, well, I still have stars who love sushi. So if you want to know what Hollywood stars love sushi,
All of them. They
I have a
all
whole
love
list of
sushi.
them.
I would be more interested in a list of stars that didn't like sushi.
How about you want to? Let's do 10 things you shouldn't have in your home after 30, and then if we have time, we'll do the dog.
Katie, how old are you?
26.
Okay, so
So-
you've got a couple of years to get rid of these things.
Okay.
Let's see.
If you're over 30, get rid of this stuff if it's still in your house. The same mattress that you had as a teenager.
I don't have that. We're good.
Okay.
Inflatable furniture of any kind.
No, but I wish I still had my blow-up chair from like elementary school.
Yeah, no. Stuffed animals on your bed.
They're not on my bed, but I have 2 specific dinosaurs I will never let go.
Well, as long as they're not on your bed,
They're
that's
not on the
fine.
bed.
Plastic cups, plates, and cutlery. If you're still using that, stop.
I have plastic cups from Real Salt Lake. That's it.
Old trophies on display from your childhood, Gina.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
My dad just made me bring all of mine home from his house, and I have no idea what to do with them.
Gina, you also have to throw away your dream catchers wherever they are.
Never.
Go gather them up. They're all over the house.
But then I'll have nightmares,
Never.
Bill.
Paper floor lamps.
No.
I don't even know what a paper floor
It's those.
lamp is.
It's those Chinese.
Oh.
You know. Anything galactic or solar system themed.
That's kind of general. right?
Yeah.
Number 9, cork boards. If you have one,
Wait a second. I'm a pin collector. I have
Yeah.
multiple pins.
They're handy.
Yeah.
well, you've got 4 years to get rid of that crap.
Never.
okay? And number 10, your shot glass collection.
Oh.
That should go.
I hardly
Well-
ever use it in the first place.
Is it a collection? I mean, it's just I have a bunch of shot glasses.
If you drink shots out of them,
No.
that's
I do.
No.
that's
Are they on display?
No.
like
Okay,
on a
then.
shelf, like to.
Now,
Yeah, then-
I do have a couple of shot glasses on display at my cubicle at work because they're some of my favorite ones, but you have to hand wash them because there's this sticker on the bottom that will come off in the dishwasher. So I just said I can't use these anymore. I don't want to hand wash shot glasses. I'm
No.
sorry.
Yeah, I think you're bordering on having that, and you should probably not. So
Who
there you
made
go.
This list. I don't. I mean, why would I let someone who I don't trust try to give me constructive criticism?
What's wrong with like outer space stuff? That's what I'm curious about. Why?
I don't know why that one was on there. I get the rest of them as I look at my
We've hoped
challenge
you'd
coin
enjoyed
collection.
another list with
Well,
Radio
this-
from
yeah.
Hell on X96.
This is a texter puts it very simply. How dare you enjoy space like a childish fool?
Space is for kids.
Some of those things I just don't get. Corkboards are handy.
They said if you have a cork board, if you have to have one, cover it with fabric so it just doesn't look like cork.
Oh, mine's actually like almost fully covered in pins because I get pins from like festivals and stuff, and they're really cool.
So what is it about the cork
Yeah, I don't.
that is inherently
I don't know.
childish?
You guys are putting me as like you're the Grand Inquisitors. I don't know.
Didn't you make this list, Bill? Come on.
No.
I have issues with some of this list.
Tiffany says that it wasn't turning 30 that got her to take her shot glass collection down. It was the earthquake.
Oh. I guess you haven't replaced them yet.
Well, they're priceless. I can't. Oh, man.
All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
I will keep in reserve the stars who like sushi list. I'll keep that in reserve.
I'll just start listing celebrities.
Yeah.
Because that's who's on the list. All right. We've joined Gina by remaining seated while at home, so join us in your chairs for Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
Wednesday means it's Things That Must Go, happening at 6:45, and it is no secret that you always have something you want to throw out of your life. So let us help you.
Just send your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com, and we might grant you our help. We'll see.
Then at 7:45, Dr. Cobble will join us again to answer questions about COVID and the COVID vaccine, so please be ready to call in.
And, of course, there will be more on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96. Okay.
Bingo.
I think we're done.
Bingo? Have we been playing bingo all morning and I didn't know?
I have in my head. While doing the show, I've been playing bingo in my head.
B9, the non-cancerous tumor of bingo. B9.
B12, the vitamin of bingo.
All right. Fine job, Katie, as always. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
The name Allred only opens doors to polygamy.
Corey is next.